Superb. Nothing is ready. This is perfect. And I think I'm dying as well. Hi. Hello and welcome to the library. I don't know. I was on the verge, a bit earlier, on the verge of like cancelling the entire stream. Just because I'm feeling a bit under the weather, I guess, today. I woke up with, I don't know, a headache. It kind of devolved into a fever when I was working a bit earlier. For now, it has passed, but we'll see. If I feel tired, I will end the stream a little bit earlier. This is me. This is the streamer. This is me. I hope that you're doing well. So this is almost Easter, obviously. So there has been a lot of Easter-related things around me. I was listening earlier when I was working to Bach Oster Oratorium. So the Easter Oratorium by Bach, and it was nice. It's always a very nice piece of music, as always with Bach, and I think I enjoy those like longer pieces. Like nowadays, I tend to listen to shorter pieces of music for some reason. But sometimes I enjoy listening to, entire sonata, concerto, messia, whatever, things that are a bit more meaty in some ways. Other than that, let me think. Did I have anything to talk about? Oh yeah, so the big news for today is the 50th anniversary of the Khmer genocide. And obviously around me there was a lot of things related to that. I don't exactly know what to do with that, because it's obviously like extremely, I don't know, emotionally charged. And to have an opinion. The music is not at all, I think, conducive to this kind of conversation. But yeah, to have an opinion on this, to really know what to do about all those feelings, those sentiments, this history, this identity. And the fact that in Cambodia nowadays, nothing has really passed. We are still, I guess, stuck in I don't know, a sort of memorial limbo, because I don't know, it was so much, and people are not usually talking about that. So yeah, there was like a lot of articles, commemorations. There was a series in Paris. There was a series of film screening on the subject. So a lot of films by Dati Pang. Probably one of the most famous, director, artist when it comes to the Khmer genocide. So they are screening a lot of his work for, I think, the next week, 2 weeks. I don't exactly know. I have a book from him where he's kind of like going through Cambodia's countryside, searching for traces of the genocide. And the model froze again. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that sometimes. But yeah, he's going to the countryside, checking for traces, and basically the kind of like horrible thing in like Cambodia is that you can find traces of that like everywhere. You can go to the countryside and you can see, skulls, skeletons, on the side of the road. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a difficult thing, and I believe it's a difficult thing also because we're not talking about it. At least around me when I was younger, it was the war, but nobody is really talking about what happened. And I kind of like discovered what it really was through, films and artists' works. And yeah, this is a weird day. This is a weird day because like very, very charged emotionally. And again, I don't know what to do with that. But it will probably be clarified in my mind at some point. So yeah, as I was saying, I'm a bit tired. I think this is kind of like the running theme of this week for me. I'm feeling like, I don't think I'm sick, although like having a random fever in the middle of, I don't know, the morning is not exactly being healthy either. So again, we have like Sorcery planned. I wanted to finish at least the first part today, but if I feel a bit too tired, we'll just end the stream a bit early. I'll throw Easter eggs at you until you feel better. Will I really feel better with, getting hurt like that? I'm not sure. It has been a long time since I even ate like Easter eggs. It's not something that, well, mostly at that point, I don't have like a lot of people, around me, and not family. But also I never, enjoyed the tradition, obviously because I have like no cultural ties to it, but also because like I don't know, do I enjoy like eating Easter eggs? I'm not sure. Chocolate eggs with licorice, this sounds like a very interesting and cursed combo at the same time. I don't know. I mean, I would like to taste it, but it fills my mind with interesting thoughts, and I'm not sure it's the best. Well, I mean, you're the licorice enjoyer here, so like, you're a bit biased. Can we really trust you? This is unclear. This is unclear. But yeah, I haven't done that. I remember when I was a bit younger, like the whole hunting the eggs, in the garden or in the shared courtyard of the building. That was like mildly fun, but at the same time I never really enjoyed it. Because, I don't know, it was always a bit too easy. This is why I'm not mod yet, chat. Why? Because of your licorice like propaganda that you will start when you'll get mod? I don't know. I was thinking also because I think like someone pinged me again. I think it might be in May. I don't know, on the message about making an episode of A Leaf of the Books on Moomin. I was like, well, I can see like the Scandinavian propaganda, the Moomin propaganda, like, slowly seeping into the stream. And at some point, like, that can be an interesting like thing to explore. I don't know. I have no ideas what traditions each country has. Here, Easter eggs are not a thing. Oh, it's not a thing in Spain. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know where it really comes from. We can search for that. This is like an educational stream, so can be traced to the early Christians of Mesopotamia, and from there it spread into Eastern Europe and Siberia through the Orthodox churches, and later into Europe through the Catholic and Protestant churches. So I guess, yes, you're too Mediterranean peeled in some ways to really enjoy that, maybe. Here we do have this Easter Mona. Mona de Pascua is a Spanish kind of cake that is especially eaten on Easter Sunday or Easter Monday in the Spanish regions of Catalonia, Valencia, and Murcia. Oh, interesting. I see. Interesting. Because you're making this... Oh, okay. In almost all Catalonia and Valencia, it is customary for godparents to give the Mona to their godchild on Easter Sunday. On Easter Monday, families and groups of friends gather together and go somewhere, especially the countryside, to eat the Mona. Traditionally, the age of the children was reflected on the number of eggs in the Mona until they were 12 years old. Currently, it is common for godparents to give the Mona to their godchildren throughout their lives. Interesting. In most part of Catalonia nowadays, the eggs have been replaced by chocolate eggs or figures till become the focus of the Mona. However, in Valencia and Murcia, the traditional recipe has not changed, and even there are places where the Monas are typically all year without the hard-boiled egg on it. Like the inclusion of the hard-boiled egg is really funny to me. Pastry stores do crazy things. We do celebrate Easter, but not looking for eggs. We don't really hunt eggs too much here, to be fair. Interesting. Giant figures made of chocolate. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with chocolate, right? Just eat herring and ring schnapps, kind of +2, I guess. It doesn't really feel for me like the spirit of Easter, because for me it's like really tied to, you know, hunting eggs. And because like my family was not at all Christian. So it was just, you know, an excuse to make the children go out and do an outdoor activity. But there's no like, oh, we are eating again after the 40-day period of fasting that you should have like beforehand. We use chocolate eggs mostly. I see. Interesting. But yeah, like mostly Easter is just like having a long weekend, you know, in general. What you really do during that period is kind of like up to every households, whatever. So yeah, interesting. Let me transition to the... Oh, I'm so tired. I think you can hear that I'm tired today. So let's transition to the game scene. We're not religious in our family, to be fair. It's just tradition and an excuse to be with family. I guess so. I guess it's the case for most people. So, okay, you don't have the music because there's no music here right now, because this is a weird game. We'll be playing Steve Jackson's Sorcery, which is the video game adaptation of Steve Jackson's Sorcery, the Choose Your Own Adventure books. There are 4 books, and each book is a part of the game. And it was made for iOS, and you'll see that very quickly with the layout of all the elements and all. It was made for iOS, and it was ported a bit after to Steam, to PC, and we'll play the PC version, so it will be slightly janky, I guess, or at least I'm expecting. If you don't know about like what are Choose Your Own Adventure books, we'll kind of explain that along the run, and it's time to start, I guess. So today, maybe I want to do part 1. I know it's the shortest of the 4, and hopefully it will not be too hard. I don't even have godfathers to give me a mana, so we already have been practicing in heresy. What? I mean, it's kind of like, traditions like in Asia, and mostly like on Chinese household, the red envelopes you get for New Year. It's like, I love my family, but just because I get money when I'm young, I get my red envelopes, and I'm happy. Until it's your turn to give the envelopes to the people around you. But to be fair, I don't do that anymore. Well, it's true and not true at the same time. So the Shamutanti Hills Part 1. There's still no music. This is absolutely peak. So you can see the font. It really feels like a mobile game. And if no, this is fine, but I don't know. Can't wait to be an egg merchant. I'm losing it. So we'll play the woman, obviously. Wow, the sound. Is the sound like better like this? Maybe like this? I don't know. You have walked in the wilds of Kahabad, through Kare and the spiteful backlands, all the way into Mampong. You have survived traps, thieves, serpents, and vengeful gods. And now it is here, the crown of kings. It is said that the crown was never forged, only found by Shalana the Reformer, a lowly foot soldier who became emperor of the Eastern world. Such is the power of the crown. The air around it crackles with influence. Let's take it. Your destiny awaits. With a crown in your hands, you will be as powerful as Shalana. The goblins are arming, the giants are walking, and the birdmen carving cruel daggers from stone. War will come, but you will prevent it. But then, the image of the crown begins to flicker. You rush forwards. It is a trap! And startle yourself awake. You're alone, exhausted, in the little hut in the outpost settlement. Your unimaginable journey is not even a single step begun. Or just like a random person. Inkle presents Steve Jackson's Sorcery. The part 1, the Shamutanti Hills. Let me just check something very quickly. I'm lost. Okay, so you can see that this is the typical kind of like choose your own adventure experience, in the sense that you normally how those books work, and maybe I can like transition to another scene or like showcase. Let me try to showcase something so we can learn together, or not learn, but like for the people that do not know what we're talking about. I'm losing it. I'm losing it because I'm using like a private browsing session, and obviously like I'm logged out, which means that nothing is working. Okay, can you see it? Maybe yes. Okay, so how is it working exactly? People are sending me messages and I'm like I do not have the mental fortitude to multitask. So playing one of these books, getting leprosy for helping people out and dying horribly. Yeah, that's basically it. Well, those are like kind of like more. This is not like the most. How was it called? Like wolf. Oh, there was something like. I'm losing it. Because I need to use Google, unfortunately. Oh, there was like the lone wolf. The lone wolf. So this is like the famous series of books. So basically, like you have like a pseudo character sheet or whatever that allows you to track your inventory and a few things like HP or whatever. And yeah, so this is probably an adaptation. You have like paragraphs and you're making decisions and going from a page to another by making choices. So there have been like some adaptation, some better editions or whatever. This is interesting. Is this like a... Oh, they did like a collector edition for Lone Wolf. This is like nice. I like the map. But yeah, so it's like kind of like books that you can use to play like kind of like TTRPG but alone, and it's very lightweight in terms of systems. So that's basically what we're doing today. I don't exactly know what we are doing, so we'll just try to see. I've never done those books, so we are discovering them together. I know that the first one is like kind of like a pretty, close replica of the book. And then for part 2, 3, and 4, Inkle, so the studio took like a lot more freedom. They added a lot of new things, and those games are a bit more, I don't know, expensive than the original books. But let's start. It is sunrise. You dress, breakfast on bread and goat's milk, and collect the pack and sword from beside your bed. I will test the blade. You can see everything, I think, right? I mean, there might be a problem here because I don't know. Like, we are streaming in 720p, meaning that like all the text might be a bit janky, I guess. But I hope that you can see things like, all right. I obviously do on OBS because like I have the full resolution, but we are streaming in a lower quality on Twitch because Twitch is disgusting, and we do not have transcoding always as non-partners, so it's just bad. You pose to test the blade against your thumb. The blacksmith has done well. The edge is keen and draws a narrow line of blood. Outside the hut, you hear the outpost settlement stirring into life. Let's pray for luck. Taking a moment more, you close your eyes and raise a prayer to your spirit guide. This morning, it has the form of a panther, but what will it become once your journey truly begins? A great calm descends on you. Time to go. Time then to depart. You lift back the flap of the hut and step into the early morning sunshine. So you're kind of like, okay, I see. Eyes follow you as you leave the hut and walk towards the great Shamutanti wall. The frontiers people of this tiny settlement are well aware of your mission. Let's greet them. We are like nice people. You turn to them and bow. Some smile in reply but are too afraid to approach. Others make gestures of protection. You are going beyond the wall, so they believe you to be cursed. A man is waiting on the path to the Kontopani Gate, the final doorway between Analand and the wilds of Kakabad. You recognize the sergeant of the Sight Master warriors. He holds out his hand. Greetings, Sergeant. You'll get a plague. No, not a plague. He touches his forehead with 2 fingers. You're almost ready, my lady. My lady? I'm a lady here in the sense like I have a title. He says, I have for you a gift from the king. Thank you. 24 gold pieces. This is all we can spare this time. He holds out a pouch. I mean, let's take it. You accept the gift graciously. Thank you. You should buy some supplies before you pass the wall, the sergeant says, and you must collect your spellbook if you wish magic to aid you. Finally, should you wish to practice your swordplay, I will go one last round with you. And he points with his staff towards the training ground. Plus 24, so true. So in those... Okay, so we have the training ground, we have like rations, we can buy rations and like collect spell books because obviously it's called sorcery, so we are kind of going for a hybrid build. You can like fight with a blade, but you also need to fight with magic, which is also customary in like those old fantasy games. And especially choose your own adventures. So we'll probably begin by buying some rations because it's like the most important thing probably. Small traders in the settlement supply the Sightmaster warriors with weapons, armor, food and clothing. You go over with a sergeant to a stall selling flatbreads and cheese. 2 gold pieces per ration, the owner says. How much do we want? Like, I don't exactly know. You check your pack. There is room for plenty inside. I mean, we can like... This is like the starting area, so this is probably where we should try to maximize our rations. Because if we are going into the wild, there will be less opportunities for food, so we should take as much as we can probably. I'll give you that for 10. I'll buy that for 10. You hand over your coins and the man places 6 rations carefully into your pack. You must be sure you eat every day or you will suffer, the sergeant tells you, standing at your side. Eating more will give you extra strength, but it is not necessary. Check the content of your pack using the items button on the map. Okay, so my weapons... Interesting. Oh, so now we have music. Finally. But we have music only in the inventory screen, which is also very weird. Let's buy some spells, maybe. One of the huts, set slightly back from the others, is decorated with glyphs and strange symbols. A terrible smell emanates from its doorway. This is the hut of the chief mage. He has been preparing your spellbooks for days, reading star charts to work out which spells will be available to you in the different locations in the hill and beyond. Let's go inside. You lift the flap and go inside. The mage looks up at you with haggard, sleepless eyes and presses the book into your hands. Do you understand how to use this? He asks. I don't know. Tell me. Each spell is crafted through the alignment of 3 stars, he begins. The spell Zap, for example, is made by aligning Zarathustra, Aegis, and Pini. But that is not important. What matters is that the spell is what the spell is called and what it does. Zap will give you control over lightning, Hot will create a fireball, Fuff will create a force field around you. Shall I continue? So obviously like those spells are very close to early TTRPG things. You can find the same thing in games, in video games from the early 80s that are taking this nomenclature, this way of like giving names to spells. When you play wizardry, you have like spells that are also like 3 or 4 letters long, and you need to remember what everything does. Tell me more. The Mage's Nod. The Law spell is formed from Lilith, Aegis, and Wex. It will allow you to control the will of unintelligent creatures. The Wall spell is quite different and uses different stars. Oh, because the order matters, you see. Wall creates an invisible barrier. You will find the rest in the book. He adds tapping the leather-bound volume. I want to know more. Give me the lore. The mage looks surprised. While the Dop spell is useful for locks, Dop being... Am I Dop? I don't know. Walk will shield you in battle. Okay, so that's like... My fantasy game is going walk. And Dom will cause clumsiness. He scratches absently at his ear. Remember, some spells will cost you effort to use, but the ones that don't will... Sorry, but the one that don't will not work without a focus, an item of some kind. You will need to read the book to know that. Okay, so we have a spell book, and I guess... Wait, we have like the entire set of... Okay, so some spells are not possible to cast because we don't have the focus for it. But we already have like the entire set of spells. This will be annoying. Okay, so you have like basic spells and then you have like more, I don't know, in-depth things that we should probably try to learn slowly. But anyway. Okay, good. Let's train maybe. You walk with the surgeon to the training ground and he wraps the base of his staff in leather. What? That's all? Oh no, okay. Ready my sword. To begin, the surgeon says, we will practice the stances. First, defend yourself against me. Okay, so choose your attack power by dragging your character sideways. To defend, stay fully left. The side master is a powerful enemy. By defending, you will receive the minimum damage from any attack he makes. Okay, so here rolling a dice, and this is like the minimum from the dice. The side master surgeon chooses a strong attack. You turn it away with minimum impact. My next attack will be of medium strength, he declares, but you will be able to overpower me. To overpower the side master, perform a strong attack by sliding your character to the right. Oh, I see. Okay. So you have like different degrees of like power. But is this like the attack power? Is it costing the same thing in terms of stamina? You play a strong attack, overpowering the sidemaster sergeant. He bows. You have finished me. Excellent. 1 stamina lost. Skilled sword play. I mean, okay. You seem to remember the basics, the sergeant says breathlessly. Good. Another round? I think it's enough. Thrust, yes. I don't know, why are people pinging me absolutely everywhere? I'm lost. Okay. This is all right. Okay, enough training. You shake your head. Very good, the sergeant agrees. But if you wish about in earnest, then I warn you, I will not go easy on you. He indicates the wider yard where there is space for a true match. Do we want to fight in the yard? I think like we would just be like expending stamina for no reason. We should probably just go, no? You reach the foot of the mighty gate. It is sealed. The surgeon places one hand on the wood. This gate has been locked for some time to deter raiders, he tells you. But you will have no difficulty. The stars in this place allow the Dop spell to be crafted, and he stands back. Cast a spell. Okay, so I will... Oh, and okay, you have to type see. I see how it's working. Dop! You weave the spell. One by one, the great tumblers of the door begin to creak and ground. Then the hinges turn with a noise like hail on a canvas roof. These gates have not opened since our last champion was lost, the surgeon says. I wish you more luck than he. Perhaps you will even meet him on your travels. I fear he's dead. I don't know. I wanted to have like a more, I don't know, emphatic answer, but like there's like none. So I fear he's dead. I'm sure he's dead. The sidemaster nods, peering at something on the horizon. I believe he is returning, but transformed. I hope you do not meet the same fate. He stands back from you. Interesting. Together, you step into the shadow of the wall. One last word, he declares. When you have the crown, find the highest point you can find. We will be watching. Watching from where? From here. The Sightmaster warriors are selected from birth for their incredible powers of telescopic vision. You cannot help but wonder how far he can see. Tell me what lies ahead. This path leads first to Cantopani, a settlement of traders. Though most are rogues and thieves, you should be there before the sun has reached its peak. From there, 3 routes lead on to Kristantanti, but no single route is safe. Kakabad is a land of devils. And beyond Kare, I can see so far, he says, but once you have crossed the city port of traps, you will enter the backlands. They say that day and night they are controlled by forces other than the sun, and from Kare too, your progress will be watched. It is time to go. Striding away, you pass through the gate. The faces of the folk watching your departure reveals the hopes that rest on you and your quest. The early morning air is crisp, and the rising sun paints the slopes in shades of peaceful beauty, concealing the evil that lies ahead. Okay, so let's just go along the road. The path winds through slopes of wild scrubland. The countryside is deserted and the eerie silence is broken only by the cawing of the occasional crow. There is a spell for hearing what they say, but you do not have the equipment it requires. The birds appear to pose in the air to examine you as they pass. They make you uneasy as if you were an intruder in their presence. Keep walking. Barely an hour beyond the wall and the air begins to grow foul. The Shamutanti hills are infested with a pestilence of backlands. It saps the energy from your body, leaving you feeling nauseous and weak. Cover my mouth. You cover your mouth with your neck scarf, but it does no good. They warn you of this. You will grow accustomed to it the longer you're in here, but for the moment you must be very careful. So we had our stamina halved. Stamina can be regained to the maximum by eating rations or resting. Oh, I see, okay. So you want to eat 1 ration a day, and the timing is important because it will allow you to get back to max stamina. I see. A low rise. I don't know. Do we want to follow the road or not? Maybe there are things to explore before we go to the settlement. The path through Cantopani is long and winding and will lose you a day. Instead, you turn off the path and strike north through the Haini grass. The journey starts with a stiff climb that takes several hours, but from the top you have a good view of the plain of yellow grass. And just to the north of that a little village of rude huts that do not look like human dwellings. To your left, the gigantic wall looms, throwing shadows that lap at your feet. Look back at the wall. Casting a glance up at his height, you see a familiar figure with his arm raised. He can see you, of course, and he is standing on the battlement so he can watch your progress. Time to strike on then. The wind whispers through the long grass, beckoning you onwards. But there might be rats and wolves in those fields, so you might be safer cutting across the river and following the bank. I don't know. Do we want to? Because we kind of want to go. We kind of want to go like there, but do we want to cross maybe? I mean, we probably will have the choice. I don't think we're expending stamina as just by walking. We need like to take actions. So we can maybe explore the grass, and if it feels like it's too much to cross them, we'll just go through the river, well, near the riverbank, so we can follow the road probably. You wade forward through the shimmering grass, which gets longer and longer until first your boots and then your scabbard are lost from your view. Still, with Cantopani disappearing from the brow of the hill, you're making excellent time. Suddenly, you freeze. Up ahead is parting in coils and bends. The parting is moving. There is something there, and it is coming towards you. Do we, I don't know, want to stand our ground? Whatever it is, it will find you ready. You wait as the switch-blading furrow moves closer. I'll just draw my sword, I guess. You draw your sword. Your heart is hammering in your chest. The moving grass is barely 3 strides from you now. The hissing of the grass is louder now, almost too loud. Then the break in the grass is upon you, and you see what has made it, an enormous serpent. Its body, this thickness of 2 broad men, and its eyes red like stovepots, lit with an inner fire. This is nice, like having those like illustration done that way. But indeed, this is a big snake. You probably don't want to, handle that in real life. The serpent rears up out of the grass and bares its enormous fangs. So fight. So how do I know exactly? Let's thrust, maybe. The serpent's great coils are winding around your feet. In a moment they will tighten and snap your ankle. You swing out wildly, hoping to chop it in two as it curls back, lashing out with its tail. Its head tumbles backward into the grass. I kind of want to seize the momentum. Oh, I see. This is our bar, and this is the maximum we can muster in this particular situation. So maybe we want to go... We don't want to expend too much energy here. Oh no, okay, that was the previous one, I see. Then the serpent is sliding across the grass and towards you with little speed. You try to a quick stab, but it moves like water and your blade seems to pass straight through it. It bashes you with a flick of its tail, and its deadly teeth come for your eyes, catching a long bloody gash down your face. Okay, I see. It's this is their maximum on the right. You cannot really see because my bottle is a bit too big. I will try to move myself out of the way at least a little bit. So you can see that on the right you have kind of a bar for them, a gauge, and I think the orange value is the maximum amount of power they can put in their strike. So we need to kind of gauge whether we want to go defensively or offensively, and here they don't have a lot of energy, so we can probably strike a bit more, heavily. You wait as the serpent shifts, exposing its belly. Then you attack. You cut a side blow, but it recoils, hissing and spitting. The terrible creature is suffering. It can barely hold up its neck. But he doesn't have any energy now, right? I can like just... I can probably finish it, no? I don't understand. I don't understand. Suddenly the serpent is slipping between the grass blades toward you. You try a cut across its body, but it catches the blow with its sharp tail tip. It knocks you backward into the grass. Your head spins. You scream as the creature draws blood. It snaps and bites at the air between you. I don't understand how it's working. I really don't understand the battle system, which is like slightly weird, I guess. But so here, can we strike like... I don't know. An opening appears. You cleave the air with your sword. With a great cloud of dust, the head of the serpent crashes to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes forever dark. So, do you need to use like the description, like to kind of like guess what type of attack is coming? Because for now, I just don't understand how the system is working. The serpent lies dead before you. We'll search it, of course. There's only one way to search the body. With your sword, you split it open, cutting through its long stomach. It's filthy work, but not unrewarding, for from the belly of the beast falls an arm bone with a skeletal hand attached, and in the grip of the hand, a small bag of coin. I'm taking the money. You lift the gold from the palm and then snatch your hand back quickly. You have been burned by the stomach acid that has soaked through the leather of the bag. I'll take the coins, I guess. More carefully this time, you knock the coins free from the bag with the tip of your sword. Sparing a little of your water, you wash them clean, then slip the coins into your purse. And that is a long enough pause. You leave the serpent for the crows and make your way forward through the lengthening grass, wiping your sword as you go. Can we go through the grass or not? You head onwards into the long grass, which gets taller and taller. The ground seems to slip away, but the plants are just as tall. Soon you can no longer see the wall above, the nodding stems. A few paces later, you cannot see the way ahead. This might be a bit dangerous if we cannot see, like, you know, ahead of us. So probably we should try to be more reasonable. You resolve to turn back, but turning around, you see your path has closed up behind you. You have no idea which way to go. I don't know. Follow the... We can't really use the shadows, right? Because like this is just too thick. Follow the rising ground, follow the level ground. Was it rising? I think it was... You follow the line of the rising ground as best as you can, making your way up the hill. After a while, the grass begins to shorten and becomes much easier. Finally, after many hours, you find yourself back beside the body of the serpent. Okay. You have wasted several hours walking through the grass. Now you must go a different way, try to make up time. Well... This is the time, right? Camel. I don't know. Small yabby. Yab-yabby. Jab-yabby. Yes. I don't know. Let's go first, like here. You crest the rise, heading roughly north towards the riverbank, where you should be able to pick up the path once more and make faster progress. As you head down the hillside towards the riverbank, you spy movement in the distance. Something is happening at the water's edge. I don't know. Let's watch first. You stop where you are and strain your eyes to look. Figures? Men? But they move too fast, flitting across the riverbank like sheets snapping in the breeze. Let's watch a bit more. You wait a little longer until you're quite sure. The creatures are floating and moving through the air, but they seem harmless enough. Your guess is that they are fishing. Fishing? Interesting. Let's approach the creatures. You begin to make your way down the hillside. The grass gives out and turns into scree and gravel with the occasional patch of sharp gorse that tugs and snags at your tunic. There's barely earth, just sheer rock. This place is a thinly disguised wasteland. Then suddenly, your foot slips and you lose your balance. Beneath your feet, the slope has turned into a steep drop and you are sliding down it. You have only seconds to decide what to do. I will try to stab my sword into the ground. Quickly as you stumble, you draw your sword from your scabbard. There is a terrible moment when you almost drop it. But then, now sliding quickly on your belly down the rock face, you turn it about ready to stab downwards. I'll try to stab. You stab downwards, but of course you're on a rock with no earth. There is nothing for the sword blade to square into. In fact, all you succeed is doing is blunting the edge of your blade. There's no more time, everything is a blur of stones and choking dust and pain, but finally, level ground comes to meet you and you hit it sharply. The sword, still in your hand, skitters from your grasp. Pain. Oh, is it like a... I don't know how you call that in English, but when two letters are merged together, ligature in French, but arcs up through your thighs. You pick yourself to your feet, but the noise of your fall has attracted the attention of the creatures by the water. Two of them are now either side of you, long sting-like swords drawn. Their heads are cocked a little to one side. Quickly you grab back your own sword, in case you might need it. One steps forward and speak into the common tongue. What are you, careless creature? I'm injured, which is a very funny answer. The creature laughs and shares a glance with its companion. So we see that was quite a fall. I'll laugh as well. From the shame and from relief, I'm lucky I'm still alive, you agree. I've seen luckier, the creature replies, its voice still waspish and cruel. I mean, we'll die, right? I need to be going. And make to step away, but they close up in front of you. The leader draws a second sword from his belt. This valley belongs to the Elven. He says, fools and traveling players are not welcome by our river. You would put us in danger. I mean you no harm. Harm? What do you know of harm? The creature replies hotly. Have you lived to see your village overrun by goblins? Have you walked to turn your own homes into death traps to catch marauders? We Elven are creatures of the sunlight, moved into shade by the weakness of your king, Annalander, the king who lost the crown, and we will suffer for it. I go to recover that crown. I mean, we will die, right? There's like no way we're living through here. Because like we have one stamina, there's like really nothing we can do, right? Can we use like... Oh, so it's only giving like a little bit of... Because if we're defending, we'll take like 1 damage, right? But I do not see how we can... How we can really like win this fight. Send you a DM about the combat system, I'll check that. Different enemies have different fighting styles. You need to practice enough to work out their behavior and counter it accordingly. The enemy likes to defend a lot, do a lot of small attacks. The enemy keeps doing their strongest attack, defend first, and then keep going just a tiny bit higher than what you estimate their max hit can be. Against enemies that are much weaker than you, it is possible to take 0 damage. First turn, do their max plus 0.1, then based on the enemy's previous attack, you can estimate where their attack power gauge is and hit just a tiny bit higher every turn until the fight, and end the fight before you run out. The flavor text can help, some of it needs more interpretation. Moves sword across body sounds like switching to a more defensive posture. Shifts sword stance sounds like they are changing their approach with their next move. Watch the tells. If the text says his eyes follow your shoulder, it means that they are going to guard. If it says something like the troll begins screaming and shouting at you, a heavy attack is coming. Hit them for more and they'll have their attack. Hit them for more than they will have in their attack bar. If you don't have enough guard, let the enemy waste energy on your shield. Then sting them on the next turn with a medium attack. As you get better at reading the tells, you should be able to fight more effectively. But until you do, very simple, guard between shield, then hit at full strength, guard again. Okay, I see. So we should probably just defend here, right? And now we can probably go for... Yes, this. And now... You see blood trickling from under his main shot. We should like just go for the strongest attack that we can do, right? You show no mercy. You spin around, bringing your sword backwards and across his skull. The elven gasps, his last as you run him through. Okay, I see. But like they are, you know, as you wipe your sword on the tunic of the dead creature, you see the second creature gesturing to something behind you. Wait, weren't there 3 creatures by the riverbank before? Obviously, we cannot like win this. No decision is permanent. Click the rewind button at any time if you want to scroll back and try a different path. Oh, I see, okay. I see. So we will not go through here. Interesting. And I kind of want to go... Okay, so we'll do this. Oh yeah, I need to watch, but this time we won't go in that direction. This time we want to go there, I guess. You can do without the mysterious creatures of any kind. Turning, you head back towards the main path. Another hour passes and you crest a small hillock from the top of which you can see the path continuing downwards into a small settlement of huts. This must be Cantopani. Okay, maybe we want to look first. From this distance, it's hard to make out much of the town, except that it must be desperately poor. The fields on either side are brown with caked mud, and a few penned animals are thin and wizened like thirsty vines. No wonder the sidemaster warriors don't trouble themselves to protect this place. There's nothing here to protect. Since we can rewind everywhere, we can just try to see the village. Of course, if you were scared of a town like Antopani, then you could not hope to survive in Kakabad proper. You follow the path down into town. The round huts are made into a hard-baked bright clay, and the roofs are thinly thatched. As you pass, eyes appear at dark doorways, tracking your every move. For a moment, it seems like it will be all you see of the town's inhabitant. But then a villager appears from one of the dwellings and blocks your path. Look at him, threaten him, push him out of the way. I don't know, we can just like look at him. He is 5 feet tall. They cannot grow much taller out here in this poisonous air. He has thick set arms and thighs that is He has thick set arms and thighs and is half clothed in tattered breeched. His eyes are wild and his long red hair and beard stand out from his face in a wiry tangle. "Halt, stranger," he comments. "What business do you have in Cantopani?" "I want to buy equipment. We know that they are merchants, so we can probably play their game." He grunts, but you can see that he's pleased. With a motion, he encourages you to follow, taking you through the village to a large hut. The storage house. Inside you find that the building is a storage house. A quartermaster, somewhat plumper than your guide, is seated at the table. I'll wait to be introduced. "This lady here is here to do business," the villager explains. "Get out of here, flee," the fat man replies, getting up from his seat to hustle the villager out. Then he turns to you with a smile and beckons you to sit. "Greetings, stranger," he purrs. "Shall I show you my wares?" "Please." "Wait there." He disappears for a moment into a side room. "I'll just... Can we search, maybe?" While the man is out of sight, you quickly refill the nearby shelves, but nothing except for a small vial of potion. I mean, I can take it. You pick up the vial. It is quite full and stoppered by an old cork, but there is no label to indicate what it might be. I don't know, just put it in the bag. You slip it in your bag. The merchant returns carrying a large box. "For you," he declares, moving his hands as he speaks. "You have come to the right place. This collection, the very best. Our most strange and interesting artifacts. Collected from other travelers who have come this way." He begins to lay the items in front of you, treating each with great care. You have 17 gold pieces to spend, but is there anything here you'd want to buy? Thief Miyabi. One of my favorite games is Link's Awakening, so what can I say? I don't know, what do we want to buy? A music pipe. You pick a bamboo pipe off the table, carved with a split reed and 6 finger holes. 3 gold pieces. I can't promise you that it has any magic, but it may well cheer you up at night. It feels like a pipe, probably like an item that can be, useful at some point for, some contextual puzzle or encounter. It's a well-made little thing, don't you agree? I'll buy it. I'm buying it. You hand him 3 gold pieces and he thanks you with a nod. You place the pipe into your bag. A weapon? What weapon do you have? The merchant looks at you carefully, sizing up what kind of customer you are. The kind to place a newly bought dagger against his neck, or the kind to tip him for the quality of the blade. But he must see your honor shining through, and he wags his finger once more, and then collects an axe and a fine broadsword from another corner of the shop. These are both treasures, as well as deadly weapons of war, I'm sure you will agree. The broadsword, it has a ready weight and the cutting edge is sharp. It has been clearly honed by a master craftsman. 7 gold pieces, this is half of what we have. This is probably like too expensive. We can argue that, when you're adventuring in those games, like you will find some equipment in dungeons or things like that. I don't think like we need to buy like a weapon since, I don't know, we saw that our sword could do like 4 points of damage, which is like good enough. We should probably try to skip this weapon, I think. We can check the axe, but like 7, it's like the same thing. Too expensive. A leather bag. You lift a bag from the table and its contents rattle. Teeth, the merchant replies, showing its own a little. Finest create your teeth. Only 3 gold pieces. What do you have inside? You make to open the bag, but the merchant catches your hand. No, I cannot have you palming one of them while I'm not looking, can I? I won't buy teeth without seeing them. I'm not a thief. I'm just, trying to seek information here. Then you won't buy them, unless, I don't know. Because this is for the spell book, right? I think free for some focus, some foci. It's not bad. It's not bad. But we don't. What do we have as? Okay, so we have Gob. The spell must be casted into these teeth to create 1/2 on an army of goblin. Not bad. Giant tooth. Summon a new giant. So it's like to summon monsters to fight for you. This is not that bad, I think. Unless, I don't know, for free I am maybe it's good. Free to be able to use maybe a strong spell. Maybe we should take it. This is a good price. You hand over 3 gold coins and take the bag of teeth. The merchant nods, then begins to pack his box away once more. I must save something for my next customer, but perhaps you will return this way and it will be you. You get to your feet and take your leave of the merchant. Just outside the doorway in the sunshine, you pause to examine what you have acquired. You open the drawstring bag and sift through the contents. It is quite an assortment. There are 3 teeth from an ape, 4 from a goblin, 2 from a snatter cat, and a large molar from a giant that is the size of a rib plum. This is pretty good, I think. You open the stopper of the potion and take a cautious sniff. The pungent odor of the blimberry juice hits your nostril. Blimberry is a strange fruit, ordinarily never eaten by humans or animals due to its terrible smell, but well known for its medical properties. It can be used in place of food or rest, it can be applied to treat injuries, and it can even be used in sorcery. There is enough in the bottle for a single dose. I see. I mean, we don't really have a choice. So we have not eaten during this day, right? So we can eat, get a little bit more stamina. And yeah, let's progress a little bit. Passing the outlying huts, you feel strangely uneasy. Hissing from within and sly faces disappearing from doorways make you feel decidedly unwelcome. Then, at the edge of town, you pass a large boulder, and at once 2 wrath-cut villagers spring out with swords drawn. Bandits. 2 against 1, the first declares. You are lost, calls the other, so hand over your things, come on. Because we can cast now a spell, right? We can... I really need to learn the type of spells that we have. Okay, so we have lightning bolt, force field, a wall, big to get big, walk as a shield, sus to suspect a trap and will indicate telepathically to the caster the danger and the best protective action. Oh, there's like a funny thing. Oh, okay, the flute is like, I did not see. I thought like the flute would just be like for some puzzle or something, but no, it's a focus for a spell. When cast, the recipient will get an uncontrollable urge to dance. The caster can make any creature dance merry jigs by playing a small bamboo flute, thereby exhausting a creature and providing time to escape. I cast sus on this chest. I don't know, do we want to use like we can like reset, right? I mean rewind, so maybe let's just take the fight first. You draw yourself to your full height. You have mistaken me for someone else, you declare. I would like to give you a moment to reconsider, but because I will kill you if I have to. Bandits growl and advance on you. One on either hand. I don't know, the writing of this particular story is not great. It's like serviceable. It has this old flavor of fantasy, but it's really not great at the same time. Jig can be kind of strong if you find a powerful beast. Yeah, maybe we should like try to save like Jig for something else. Maybe let's just fight and we'll try to play nicely. The first band closes on you, cackling and grimming. We should try to go like defensively, right? So is this your maximum? Maybe. Oh, so okay, you're chaining like small attacks, right? Enough of this. You aim a savage blow at his heart. Its own stance is defensive, and he turns most of the force of the blunt. Badly bruised. I can probably like overpower you at some point. Okay. You cut the imbecile no slack. Imbecile? Imbecile, I don't know. You leap forward, cutting down through the air. The band gasps his last as you run him through. I mean, well, we took like a lot of... But this is the thing, it's like his bar is not reaching like that high, but like only for the initial hits that we saw. So maybe he was like fainting and going like, you know... Oh, but you mean like his global bar? Like the entire height of the bar, maybe? Like, my rationale was that if I used like the strong attack, like my strongest attack here, maybe it would do only like 1 damage and I would be like exhausted and not be able to do another big strike. I mean, you can go. I don't want to chase you. He will tell others to not interfere with Analenders in the future. Turning back to the path, you begin walking once more. After about half an hour, the way becomes an uphill incline. I see. Well, we'll just like climb a little bit. Leaving Cantopani behind marks the true start of the wilderness. Beyond this tiny outpost, there are scattered homesteads and Carre, a thriving city port, but all are touched by cruelty, isolation, and fear. The backlands, the long shadow cast by Mampang Fortress, darken everything. And with the crown gone, and with the crown stolen, things can only grow worse. In the long years since Shalana, the reformer, founded the alliance, the crown has passed from kingdom to kingdom every 4 years, ensuring each one has its turn to lead, but no more. Riddlestone, Lenderland, Galantaria, and Bryce have all enjoyed its power. But not Analend. Justice must be done, but not Analend. But when the crown came to Analend, it was stolen by birdmen from Jameng and carried off to Mapang. With the crown, the Archmage will be unstoppably powerful. There is no chance of sending an army against him. A military force would not survive the journey. So here you are, a lone adventurer, walking the long path to Mampang alone. 5 minutes later, you reach a fork in the road. The sergeant, for all his eyesight, hadn't mentioned this. Well, let's see the fork. The road splits around the base of a gigantic tree but does not rejoin on the other side. The left path winds down into a valley and the right rises up a slope towards the first thick forest of the hills. Let's look left. You pose to consider the lower route. There is a river there and the path follows the left bank. It is a safer route, secluded and protected, but the curve of the landscape would mean you were almost backtracking. And we saw what was there with like the Elven, right? It's hard to see much further uphill. The forest is sudden and thick and the path narrow. It may be hard going in that direction, but the hills will involve a lot of climbing eventually, and you may get a decent view of the next leg from the top of the ridge. You are about to make your choice when you hear a faint cry from somewhere close at hand. Let's look around. You look around, then finally up into the branches of the tree. A pair of wizened, calloused feet are dangling down over your head, about to drop on you perhaps. Who's there? The voice cries again, a little more boldly this time. Up here! Help! Help, I can't get down! It's the voice of a feeble, weary old man. Stepping back a little, you can see him clearly, as thin as sticks and dressed in dirt rags. I mean, yes, not exactly like a paragon of beauty, I guess. I don't know. I can help you, right? Swinging yourself onto the lowest branch of the tree, you reach up and grab the old man by the waist. He is as light as a leaf, and within a moment you have lifted him to the ground. Thanks for that, he remarks, brushing himself down and almost knocking himself over in the process. I was just starting to get a bit, perturbed, but I'm on the safe now. He seems remarkably confident, considering that the slightest stumble might break him into bits. I don't know. What do I get in return? The old man nods. Only fair. He presses a page in your hand. It is a page torn. He presses a page into your hand. It is a page torn from a spell book. Might be of some use for you. Found this. Just found it, mine. Don't go asking now, but it's no good to me anymore. Look at the page. You look the page over suspiciously. It seems to be half a spell, Ka something, that might have been used for pest repulsion, but it is unworkable in this current state. I'll keep it. You take the page and put it into your pack. The man falls quiet and squats down on the ground. With his jabbering down, you hear a buzzing sound from high up in the tree. A beehive. Let's investigate. Leaving the old man sighing with gratitude on the ground, you climb up through the branches of the tall tree. The beehive hangs like a ripe fruit from the very highest branch. A huge number of bees dance in and out in a swarm. We don't want to go higher, I think, because we'll start to annoy the bees, and that's not something that we want to do. Use magic can be interesting if we have an interesting spell, but do we have an interesting spell? Nothing interesting here. Barrier, wall. Allow you to control the attacker wills for a short time. Not useful. Dumb, not useful. Shield, no. Sus, 6. Oh, image is okay. Jake is too dense. Gob is like okay. This we can't cast. This spell is used in perilous situation when information about the safest way of escape is desired. Medicinal potion does. This spell might be cast upon any creature, reducing its movement and reaction to about a 1/6 of its normal speed. Can we do that, perhaps? Because I guess, like, the point of the beehive is that we can gather some honey or beeswax, maybe, and that we can use, like, maybe for crafting. Maybe we can gather some honey for eating. I guess if we go immediately, we'll get, like, trounced by the bees. But if we use does, maybe, like, we can, like, slow the bees, and then we grab our things, go back down immediately, and we just leave. Dud, Illusion of Treasure. This spell protects its caster from most magic, not useful. A bomb. Fall. Makes the caster body as light as a feather. Okay, you can use that when you're falling. Okay, fall. A good defensive spell that can be cast at any attacking creature to muddle its mind. Fog, not interesting. Mud, not interesting. We can't use this. Sap, to demoralize an opponent. Can't use it. Z, this is the most formidable spell in lore, but no one knows why. In all recorded history, this spell has been cast only once by a powerful necromancer from Throban, who has never seen again. Z, maybe we won't. Okay, I don't know. In terms of spell, I think, like, does is maybe interesting. And we can, like, again, just rewind if it doesn't work. So I'll use does for now. Slowness, yes, I'll cast it. You cast the spell over the bees, slowing their buzzing wings. The effect is unexpected. Oh, yeah, more interesting even. The bees begin to fall out of the sky. It seems without buzzing at high speed, they cannot stay afloat. So it was even, like, more ingenious than I thought. The spell has also affected the old man. He begins to snore right where he is. With the swarm cleared, you are able to climb the tree and open the hive, removing a succulent honeycomb, a nice ball of beeswax. You stash your finds in your pack. The light is fading. It's time to move. Oh! The man cries suddenly, waking up once more. Do you want to hear me riddle? I heard it from the Elvins. I guess so. You gesture him with a hand for him to speak. See him through, he sees you not. A stinging beast in a box not left. To guard the key, it is his lot. To jewel a witch of luck bereft. To see him through, he sees you not. A stinging beast in a box not left. To guard a key, it is his lot. To jewel a witch of luck bereft. I was thinking about, like, a keyhole, but this is probably not that. I don't know. Hard to say. See him though he sees you not. Something that is, you can watch it, but he's not watching you back. A stinging beast in a box not left. What does that mean? Jail moment. Is it how you pronounce it, or am I, like, mistaken? are you pronouncing? Because like in French, we have like a word that is quite close to the first one you wrote. We have like geôle, but I don't know how you pronounce that in English. For me, like I remember that it was the same thing as jail, but am I mistaken? It is pronounced as jail. Okay, okay. So we know that if we're taking the path west, we will be struggling with the Elven, so we should probably go the high path. The high route seems to be the more secure. In a valley, you can be easily observed from above and led astray, but out in the hills, you can go whichever way you chose. Of course, when night falls, it may be cold and exposed up on the slopes, but no matter. This journey was never destined to be easy. You begin the climb, letting the old man's jabbering fade quickly away. The path winds upwards into the hills and into the cover of a wood. The afternoon sun glints through the trees and plays tricks on your eyes. Every so often, you catch a glimpse of some strange-shaped animal, and other watching you, only to find that it is the silhouette of branches and leaves caught at an odd angle. After an hour's walk, you are starting to feel very slightly hungry, but you might be wise to save your provision. We have eaten already, so we should not eat again. It was a small meme of the 14 love saying jail, and people used to say it's pronounced jail, which ended up turning into it's pronounced jail, and people are saying the other jail. Yeah. Funny. Let's continue. We don't need to eat. We have already eaten for today. You keep up your pace. The climb continues, with the path twisting its way and that. The air grows cold and the sun flickers on the horizon, then sets, making it hard to see your way. But the moon is full, and when twilight is done, it will be bright once more. So it's night, basically, and it's what they're saying. So maybe we should like stop here for the day, especially as we're kind of like running out of stamina. It would be best to make camp here, maybe. But to tire yourself out on the first day would be inauspicious. You settle down to make a camp for the night in the natural shelter provided by the roots of 3 gigantic intertwined trees. Your backpack will serve for a pillow and your cloak for a blanket. Before settling to sleep, you check through your pack. You have 6 rations left. We can settle down to sleep, I guess. You lay yourself out on the ground and you are quickly asleep. The moon is full and high in the sky when you next open your eyes. You feel warm and more cozy than you did before, as if wrapped in a gigantic blanket. There is pain in your leg. Slowly, you realize what is happening. A giant bat has settled on your chest and is feeding on your leg. We should probably kill the bat. You draw your sword slowly and carefully, hoping not to disturb the creature before it can run it through, but no such luck. It leaps back in alarm. I'll go for like a strong cut here, maybe a bit too much. The bat's great wings buffet at your face. We can maybe like still overpower you, no? Okay. Another chance follows. Pushing off the tree behind you, thrust forward. The bat falls to the ground and the light in its eyes goes dark. No stamina lost. Flawless fighting. The bat dead, you toss its carcass back into the woods, and now, truly exhausted, you lie back. We should just sleep, I guess. Once again, the crown fills your dream. Only now, instead of being hidden away in Mampang Fortress by the Archmage, you see it on the head of the burly villager from Kontopani. Can Anyone can wear the crown, he declares to you, but wearing the crown, you're no longer just anyone. And then he points a finger at you that seems to crackle with energy, and you find yourself drawn towards him, commanded to do its bidding. Suddenly, you're surrounded by angry bees. You are walking towards a crack in the ground. It seems sure to swallow you whole. You stumble at its edge, about to fall. The next morning, we have like some mines that we can explore, and we'll probably push like towards Kristatanti. Here, this is like kind of like the objective for the day, maybe. So let's push forward first. The second day of your journey begins in the morning cool. Still halfway between sleeping and waking, you feel the presence of your spirit, the Cougar, close nearby. Its form has changed since you left Analand, just as you have changed, but it is still pacing beside you. In the temple, they taught you that a prayer to your spirit could heal disease, lift curses, and even save you from certain death. A prayer now would perhaps be wise, but the spirits are not generous and decline to help often. Okay, so it's like you're kind of like choosing for the best spirit to help you, maybe. You can feel yourself getting accustomed to the fetid air of these hills. You have now ascended several hundred feet and can expect to make excellent progress before the end of the day. As you crest the brow of a hill, you see something that makes you stop in your tracks. To your left is a clearing, and the clearing are several poles planted firmly in the ground. And atop each pole is a head, so we should probably not go there, maybe. I think it's kind of a sign that strangers are not welcome in this particular place. The heads are of all kinds and ages. Some are recently fixed, while others have decayed, and some are nothing but skulls and hair. There are human heads, goblin heads, and one or two heads of creatures you do not recognize. They have sewn up eyes and mouth. A large X painted on a rock nearby is obviously intended as a warning not to venture any further. But ahead, the road forks left and right, and you cannot be sure which path you are warned not to take. The right-hand path continues to climb, and the left-hand path winds down to the side of the hill. I mean, this is probably like a warning from the Elven, so we again do not want to go in that direction. They're probably living there, so let's just like ignore them and go to the right. The climb continues up the hill for several hours until you're not far from the top. Then the faint sound of bustling activities reaches you. Trampling feet, grunting voices, and the clanking of metal against rock. There is something ahead, hidden by the ancient trees that line these slopes. Let's follow the sound, maybe. We want to explore the mine? You leave the path and continue cautiously through the woods. A short distance onwards, you hide behind a tree and survey a clearing. A number of goblins are in the clearing, working at the mouth of an open cave. They trudge in and out of the opening, carrying large balls in their arms, piled up with glistening rocks and dull metallic nuggets. Treasure? Ahead? Question mark? Can we watch them a little bit? You stay hidden, getting a sense of the scale of the operation. There are at least 30 goblins inside the cave, each coming out every few minutes or so with a new pail of stones. Then there are other goblins working in the clearing with hammers, smashing the rocks into small pieces, extracting metals from inside, loading them into carts, and finally pushing the carts away down a wide track between the trees. It is quite some operation, but not without its weaknesses. There are too many goblins to create any kind of distraction, but they move away into the trees fairly often, and sometimes the cave is left unguarded. Let's sneak inside. You creep closer, moving into the side of the hill, nearer to the entrance of the cave. Then, when all is quiet, you seize your chance and race across the clearing to the mouth of the cave. You pause a moment at the cave mouth, but no one has seen you. Following the passage, cautiously, you move between the cool rock walls of the mine, passing and ignoring ladders that lead down into the clamoring heart of the mine, where 100 goblins sing as they work. Eventually, you reach a junction. I mean, we are within the cave, so... But I am expecting right to be kind of like the center of the mine, maybe, if it's like just beneath the hill. It's like hard to say. Left seems to be like a side tunnel that will lead, to other places. So let's explore left for now, because, we always choose left. And we'll rewind if it's like a bad choice. You take the left passage. The passageway continues until you reach a large stone-cut door, blocking your way forwards. I don't know. Can I open the... You try the door. It opens. The room beyond is dirty with soot from the mines, so it could almost be a pit filled with night itself, with crystals in the rock for stars. In the far wall, you can just make out another door leading deeper into the mine. But the middle of the room is a table, at which a large, filthy goblin is sitting. He raises his head as you enter and smells the air. "Your smell is strange, intruder," he challenges. "You're not permitted here." I choose my own ways. "Do you? Let me help you make your choice." The goblin rises to its feet. In his hand, he holds a large stone club. Well, just fight him, probably. So you're kind of annoying because, like, you have lumbers forward. Are you trying to... Like, I don't know, maybe I want to play defensively for now. You raise your sword, you're mostly unhurt. Let's go for, like, a bit more than you. Oh, you're, like, chaining your attacks. Goblin lashes you with a club, na. He raises his club across his body defensively, so we do, like, a small strike. Because he's defending, he lifts his club across his body. I think we could, like, try to overpower him. Oh no, okay, across his body, not like preparing a hit, but just, okay. He growls at you. The problem is that he will probably do a big attack right now, right? Yeah. He presses his club across his body. So we do, like, a small attack. Another one. Stagger suddenly. You have hurt him more than perhaps you thought. And maybe we can, like, try to finish you. No, because you're defending again. Okay. I see how it's working. Okay. Lumbers forward. So let's do, like, first attack here. Growls at you. We'll continue with, like, a strong. Lucky here. His narrow eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. I kind of, like, want to finish this. Yeah, okay. So, okay, you can try again the combat immediately if you die. So we should try to go for, like, no stamina loss every time. We'll search the room first, right? Before you move on, you quickly scour the corners of the dark room in case there is any gold or weapons laying around. You find nothing until you search the goblin himself. He's wearing a silver key on a chain around his neck. You lift it away. Onwards, maybe? Time to see what more this mine has to offer. We are getting like a bit too deep, like, right? We can cast a spell maybe, but I don't remember the name of the spell for the light. Oh, we don't have one. Potion. We do not have like a spell for light. So probably it's not like it's not the best idea to... Oh, and I did like too much. We need to do the combat again because it's like, okay, I see. So you have to replay the combat, I see. Okay, so that was kind of like a bad combat. I don't know, because normally those type of like redoing things, obviously, like you can do whatever you want, like in this type of games, but in this kind of type of books, like if you want to rewind yourself, like you can do it like without a problem, but this is not normally the way you would handle things. You wouldn't be able to like rewind every time. But I think the game, because like the way the combat system is working is kind of like pushing you to use the rewind system, which feels like very... it's like... And yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it feels like very RNG. Like, for example, Growl, I don't exactly know what he will try to do. I'm fine when the goblin is playing like very defensively, and we can try to finish maybe. Competent combat will accept this, I don't care. So we'll search the room. But we don't have a spell here, so I have to like light the dark passageway, so we'll just go here probably, because we have a key that we need to use at some point. It twists around deeper into the side hill and ends in another door. Try the door, locked. Try the silver key maybe. You try the silver key taken from the goblin. It fits. You push open the door. The room beyond is large and appears to be a storeroom of some kind. In one corner is a pile of black rocks, and more rocks are held by a bucket nearby. These flicker with a dull, glistening light. But most fearsome of all is what stands in the center of the space, a mechanical apparatus, perhaps a press or a stone cutter, being operated by a large and powerful ogre. He does not, for the moment, seems to have noticed you. Watch him walk. Certain he has not noticed your sudden arrival, You stay in the shadow and watch as the ogre goes about his task. He's dropping stones from the black pile into one end of the machine and turning a heavy handle, crunching the rock. Something is coming out the other side. To see what you'd have to approach him, as he's between you and the outlet of the machine. Let's approach him. Boldly, you step out of the doorway and into the pool of the candle light that fills the room. The ogre stops working immediately and turns to face you, growling fiercely. Like the monster he is, you will not be able to reason with him. We have a spell here, a funny spell that we can use. We can use, by the way, like jig, maybe. Dim can be like funny also. Okay, so my rationale is that we need to prioritize spells that are using like stamina first, because spell with a focus are kind of like one use only. So I want to use Jig because I think it would be the best thing. So probably we can like try to, I don't know, steal what he was working on. But I don't want to use my bamboo flute. So part of me is like, we can try to see if a spell like, because we have Dumb also, but Dumb is like uncoordinated. So it's not about like being kind of like an idiot. Which is like closer to Dim, probably. Dim being confusion. So we can try Dim first. If Dim is not working, we switch to Jig. And the goal is again to not exactly fight the ogre, but to try to see what's in with the machine. So let's, I don't know, cast a spell, because I don't think we can win like a battle against an ogre, especially with our weapon. Oh yeah, okay, you choose like this. Isn't it supposed to be like co-stupidity? Okay. You cast a spell and wait for it to take effect. The ogre lunges, but then stops, shaking its head, looking at you and then itself with a puzzled expression. It takes a step forward, then back. It is thoroughly confused. I mean, I was expecting him to, be confused like you're confused in like other games like Japanese RPG, where you're kind of like acting irrationally and maybe hurting yourself, but he seems like to be just really dumb right now. So do we want to kill it, maybe? Pinch something and run. That was like the basic idea. But know that he's like really dumb, we can try to be a bit more aggressive and we'll see where it leads. Oh, okay. So you're like very like weak because you can't. I see. It staggers. No. It's hard to say like if he will go for something powerful. Stumbles, suddenly crashing into the machine. Yeah, I can't really know like what you're preparing. Maybe I should have gone like for he. maybe I want to defend and like just die on this battle so we can redo it, because he seems to be like quite easy to fight. Doesn't go higher than 2. Oh, it was defensively. I was mistaken. Cautious but angry. He stomps the dust with an enormous foot growling. So maybe we want to go like a bit powerful. No, you want to go like, you know, above like 2 point something. Okay, 3 I guess. But again, no stamina loss, which was like the point of this entire thing. So okay. So dim is mostly like, if it's working, then the enemy will be extremely weak, at least in this version of the spell, when it's working like this. It's not just a confusion. I guess I can search everything. It all seems fairly ordinary. Let's search the corner. Moving the corner of the room, you do a careful sweep. Find like some gold pieces. After a few minutes, you come across something soot covered but solid. Wiping it with your tunic, you find it is a large gem, an emerald about the size of your fist. Okay, it should be a good trade around the value of like 10 gold pieces. You place it carefully into your bag. And what about the machine? Going over the enormous machine, you try cranking the handle to see what happens, but you simply do not have the strength to make it. Following the tubes and chutes of the machine, you discover a second large gem, which you take. You have searched the room thoroughly now. It is time to be going before someone comes to find the ogre. Enough of this place. You head back to the mine entrance. Okay, we really like leave the entire mine, so this was like the whole mine thingy. We can like eat right now our ration, I guess. Get a little bit of stamina back, and this is bridge moment. Bridge. You follow a path that leads sharply downhill into a narrow valley in which a stream runs. There is no path along the bank, but there is a bridge. Let's inspect everything first. You test the ropes. They seem to be firm. If this is a trap, it is not one that will dump you into the stream. But you could always struggle through the vegetation on the bank and try to find a fording point. Why? Is that like, is there a trap here? Moving slowly and with one hand on your sword hilt, expecting the boards to give way at any moment, you inch across. The bridge holds and you reach the other bank quite safely. You now have a long walk ahead of you along the ridge and through a green covering of trees. Interesting. I mean, let's go then. The path climbs again up a low hill covered over with thick bushes and scrubs that snag at your clothing. Halfway up, you hear a sound, twigs breaking. I'm freezing. You freeze. A large creature, the size of a bear, emerges directly in front of you. It has black and white fur and a long bushy tail that trails out behind. It growls menacingly. Do I want to maybe avoid you? So I've been seen, but like growl menacingly, but not exactly to kill me, so I'll try to dodge. Perhaps if you're careful, you can slip around you. Always go left. Leaving the main trail, you slip through the shrubs around the creature. Its patch is clearly the square of dirt. What? Its patch is clearly the square of dirt through which the path leads. It watches you to ensure that you don't come too close, but it doesn't attack. After a few minutes of this, you are on the other side and able to continue. Okay, so we have circled a bit around him. The path leads down through another valley and back up another hill. 2 hours pass. Let's go to the village then. The sun is now past its zenith, and everywhere a dusty heat rises from the baked earth. You're worn out, almost to the point of physical collapse. You need food and rest, and no more trouble. Today has been too punishing already. You begin to think about where you will stay for the night. Another night sleeping out in the open would be best avoided. But then you see a small village into the hill. Look at it. Smoke rises from the stacks. The houses are well set, with stone at their bases and thatched roofs of grasses and thick leaves. There is unusually more than just one street running through the center of town, but it is as though this place, once rich, has had its herd scooped away. Litter surrounds the buildings, and on the edge of the village are rows and rows of empty, abandoned houses. You continue your slow trudge along the path. So it's just like your average Japanese village. Oh, we can avoid the village, but there's no point in doing that, I think. Yep. You walk into the village. Young hill dwellers pass you and stare at your strange clothes. Their own attire is wrought by comparison to your gear. They wear their hair long but piled up on their heads. These people are ghastly poor. The village is like a ghost town, here on the knife edge of the backlands. I don't know. I think like the description is kind of like all over the place. It's not exactly the idea that we had before. Like, we were saying that, oh, the village is like well set, and no, like it looks like a ghost town. I mean, I understand that it's like it was rich at some point, but no, it kind of fell into hard times. But the description is a bit too, I don't know, shaky to really convey that idea. There's so much you can do, you know, when you don't have like, you know, pictures, illustrations, but I don't think that the text is doing a good job at highlighting, you know, the state of the village to convey that into its description, especially as we don't have a lot of dialogues for now. Well, let's check the ale house. Interesting faces. Walking down the single road, you quickly find a hut with its front covering pulled wide open and the smell of brewed beer coming from inside. You go in. Several hill dwellers are here, talking gruffly. When you enter, they watch you with understandable caution. The owner of the hut comes over you. "Welcome to Krishna Tea," he declares. "What do you want?" I'll greet him first. I think that head perspective is a bit weird. Yeah, I don't know. Seems to have like a very long neck, maybe. I don't know. "An evening rest and a drink to wet my throat," you reply. "Ale is 1 gold piece," he answers. "Please sit." You go over the table where the hill dwellers are. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I don't want to talk to young people. I want to talk like to the old sage, monkey sage. You turn your attention to the oldest man at the table. Whatever face he once had is lost in a labyrinth of wrinkles, and his skin is the color of tanned hide from a lifetime in the beating sun. "Greetings, old man." He raises his mug in salute. A stranger. His face is gravely like the dusty dirt that lines the streets of his town. "Where are you from?" "I'm from Analand." He nods. Not many has crossed through the Contopany gate in either direction, if you know what I'm saying. I understand you." He grins and picks his teeth with a fingernail. They say there is a war coming, something to do with a crown. Not if I can help it. Is that so? Replies the canny old man. Well, seems like you should be drinking on the house tonight for the good of all of us. Chianti, he calls the innkeeper over. I'll cover this lady's ale. I mean, I don't like. I buy my own drinks is a bit too cold. Like you can try to say that you will pay for yourself, but I think he's just nice, and you should like, I don't know, play along. It's appreciated. You reply, raising your cup to him. You sip your beer. The old man exchanges glances with the younger man sitting opposite. Do we want to talk about him again? Can you tell me something about this region, you ask? Christianity? Certainly, I can tell you that around here we're always glad to help out strangers. Tell me what lies beyond this town. Beyond Christianity, there are two paths, he says. One takes you past Aliana's home, and you will need your wits if she's there. The other leads up into the hill and the Liaki domains of the Great One. Either way you choose, I wish you the luck of Sindla on your journey. Who is Sindla? God of hopeless causes, the mind replies and laughs. The crowd in the inn is starting to thin out. You finish your beer in a single draught and get up to your feet. You make to leave the inn. With a wave back to the old man who bought you your drink, you step outside. You look this way and that, trying to decide what to do, when you realize the old man has joined you once more. He grabs your shoulder and presses a fruit into your hand. Bomba, he declares through fermented breath. I grow them myself, good for the stomach. He pats your belly and walks away, swaying slightly. He pats my belly? He's a bit crazy though. But thank you. I'll look at the fruit. You turn the old man's gift over in your hand. It is a thick-rinded fruit that keeps well and will be highly nourishing when you decide to eat it. Its only drawback is its incredible weight. It's now evening and time to sleep. Do I want to sleep inside? Let's check the inn. You stop a passerby and ask for an inn, and they lead you there directly. The woman who runs the place stands in the doorway with her arm folded. Are you from the king? We should probably be honest, because we have been honest with like the... I don't know. I'm a mission for the king. Taxes, she replies quickly. No. The woman narrows her eyes at you. This is a guest house. The best is Christianity. Only guests stay, and any guest of mine knows it cost me 3 gold pieces to host a traveler overnight and 2 to feed them, but it's all between friends. 5 gold? It's like literally half of our money. This is maybe a bit too much compared to other things that we have bought. Like, this is really expensive. I'll go elsewhere, I guess. Let's sleep outside, maybe. 5 is like a bit more, I think. The cover of the forest is dark, and the ground is thick with fallen branches, mud and briar. You walk for nearly an hour more, and then you pass a large tree atop a great fist of curling roots. It is a perfect spot to sleep. We have eaten already, so we can like sleep without eating. You forego eating. You settle down to sleep. It will not be an uninterrupted night out here under the stars, surrounded by beasts, but you still feel a little bit better for it. Your dreams are vivid once again. You are walking endlessly, the hills moving up and down under your feet like a rippling sea. Every step exhausts you, but no step moves you forwards. Meanwhile, the food in your bag is rotting, wet through from the sweat of your back. And in the distance, a deep voice is booming with laughter. The long cruel fingers of one hand are curled around the metal frame of a crown, and with the other he beckons you forward, as if into a trap. Okay, let's progress. It's a very... I was expecting a little bit of, BGM as well, but the game is really on the quieter side, I would say. You wake early and sit for a moment, in no great hurry to leave this place where you have lingered so long. This is now the third day of your journey, and the muscles in your legs are feeling lean and strong from so much walking. You spend a short while enjoying the peace, then unhurriedly collect your possessions and set off along the path. Kristatanti is surrounded by several miles of fields. It sits in a well-protected ring of hills and is close enough to the river to be reasonably prosperous. Again, I thought it was a ghost town. I don't understand. As you follow the path between lines of sun-baked crops, you come to a fork in the road. The right-hand way leads past a set of outbuildings, where the left heads directly into the deep woodland. If we go to the wood, there's probably a lot of things to do here. And then we go to those two villages, and this would be the end of the day. It leads the same way, going to the ruins. It's kind of making us do a bigger trek to the same location, but no forest. At the same time, we are still between the buildings, we're still in the city. That might be interesting to explore, and then we can decide if we want to push north. You glimpse a few people at work by the buildings. There will be precious little company on your journey, so you should take it while you can. Approaching a low wall, you see a blind beggar sheltering in the shade with its hand held outstretched. He hears your approach and clicks his fingers. Alms, would you? For the love of Sinla, alms? We know that in fantasy, in RPG, you always give money to the beggar. This is kind of a rule. And I think that because it's especially a very old game, you should give the coin. This is not... I don't think the game is subverting this trope. You place a coin in his outstretched hand. "You're kind, traveler," the beggar says. He feels over the surface of the coin, then bites down on it. "Why me? It's a gold piece. You're too generous to a poor, sightless beggar. You'd get me killed if anyone knows that I have it." The beggar beams up at you. "Look after yourself." "Wait," he calls. "One moment, please." He begins to scramble around, feeling over his body as if looking for holes. Eventually he cries, "Ha ha!" He pulls out a copper key, which he holds out to you. "What is that?" "Years ago, I lived in Carre," he explains. "Carre was my home, and in the city port I watched over prisoners in the jail. Beware the red eyes in Carre, or my fate will befall you, and you'll be here with me, begging for your living." "What are the red eyes?" Pray you never find out," is his simple reply. "Listen to me. Carre is wary of strangers, but this key will help you if you be captured by red eyes. Trust old me." As the man talks, you step quickly out of the road to an ox cart whips past you, raising dust. It does not stop. "I'll take the key." You take the key and put it safely into your pack. Thank you, you say, then move on. You follow the path away from the village for half the morning. The walk is easy. It feels as natural as breathing to have the road move beneath your feet. Hard to believe you trained for this journey so long. Know that you're on it. You climb a little, tracing the side of a group of trees until you meet a fork in the road. You could continue straight on and upwards, or turn west a while. Do we want to explore like the ruins? And why do we have a choice to go like in the forest? We go into the forest and we like bifurc south again? I don't know. I'm kind of like intrigued by the fact that you can go towards the road. Not the road, but towards the tree. For a short while, the sun is feverish, and then you are between the trees once more, and everything becomes cool and still. You walk for several hours uneventfully. This is land that was never settled or explored, and very few travel this way. In places, bushes and shrubs have grown over into the path. Don't know. Move cautiously. You pick your way carefully forward, moving slowly but silently between the trees. If there are any beasts nearby, you should be able to wring their necks without them hearing you approach. Then you come to a fork in the road, still deep in the forest. So let's go to the fork. Someone has thought to make a sign, perhaps a guide or perhaps a warning. The way to the right is marked for Dumpus. A left turn points to Eliana, a name you remember from what the man in Christatanti told you. Neither way seems the better trod. You will have to choose. Dumpus is clearly the way forward, right? But we should do the same thing we did like with the mines. We should like explore like all those side things that are kind of like closed for, you know, treasure or information or whatever. So let's see the woman. The path winds between trees that get greener and more lush. You must be closer to the river here, although you cannot hear the water. After about half an hour's walk through dappled shade, you come across a well-built hut. Flowers decorate its walls, and the door has been painted with ornate designs. The path ends here. I knock on the door. Let's scoot then. You perform a swift circuit around the hut, but find nothing unusual or concerning. It seems to be what it is, a hut set by itself deep in the forest. But for someone to survive out here on their own, surrounded by the beasts of the jungle, they must be someone quite powerful. I don't know, let's see what's inside. You push open the door and stride inside. The hut is neatly laid out. You detect the touch of a fastidious woman. Chairs are set around the table as if for guests. A mattress lies in one corner, and a large kitchen area indicates that whoever lives here, they are fond of cooking. I'm just call out to see if anyone is here. Hello, is anybody here? To your surprise, a voice answers quickly. Who's there? Who's that? I don't know. We are like the stranger here. We should like try to be nice and try to not like attack her immediately. Looking into a corner, hidden by a large cupboard, you see a cage in which a young woman is imprisoned. Good stranger, she pleads, let me out of this cage, I beg of you. What happened to you? You move over the cage, quite shocked. Oh, good stranger, she wails. I've been locked up here for 2 days. It was Elvins that did it. Those mischievous, prankful Elvins. Please, you must help me. I have not eaten, and they left me here, where I can see all my cooking things, but cannot reach them. don't know why I would. I mean, it can be a trap, but at the same time, help. I don't know. I shouldn't like try to haggle immediately. Going over the cage, you try the door. It is locked, of course. I don't have like anything. I can like use what is it's DOP for opening the to open doors, right? You cast the spell over the lock and it begins to shiver. Like a small beetle, it hums and clicks as the tumbler turns and works. Then finally it snaps open and drops to the floor. The woman claps her hand in delight and with the door open, she rushes out and throws her arm around you before backing off a pace and trying to regain her composure. Stranger, she declares, I'm in your debt. Eliana will reward you. Will you take an aid in combat or mastery of magic? Do we want combat is a bit more transformative, right? Like magic will probably be to like gain a spell or something like that, while combat is probably to, I don't know, have more power or more, well, not more life because it's stamina, but more power maybe. Which might be the transformative thing, because like when we're in combat setting, we cannot use magic. Very good. She lifts the hem of her dress and removes a bracelet from around her ankle. This is Raniarista's armband of sword mastery, she declares. Wear it and it will bring you great skill. It will bring great skill to your sword arm, with my blessing. Thank you. With a nod, you accept the armband and place it on your right arm. The effect is immediate. You feel your muscle strengthening and growing powerful. The lady has been freed. It seems like there is nothing much more to keep you here and from your quest. I'll just go, I guess. I must be on my way, you tell her. I have many more miles to cover today. She nods. Of course. Please, before you go. She holds something out. It is a small bag of gold coins. Posture and hydration check. My posture is good. Hydration, yes, probably. I've been reading a lot. Ah. Another one. Oishi. I'll take the coins, I guess. Because it's not like we're running low, but we want to have like as much like coins for when we really need to buy things. And we have seen that like the economy is kind of like expensive in this world. So we might want like to get like as much coin as possible early. 7? And one more thing, she says. Moving around the table, she leans over to you and pecks you on the cheek. I am Aliana the Witch, and I have killed many good men with my sorcery, but I chose not to kill you today. Go in peace. I mean, this is just the lesbian experience. Woman saves woman, you get a kiss, it's nice, perfect. Then she steps back, and her face is as soft and peaceful as it ever was. Did you imagine her words? Almost certainly not. Time then to leave. You step quickly outside. You retrace your steps to the last junction, where you turn to take the path to Dumpus. This is kind of like also the sequence, like, okay, this is like the very pretty witch, something like that. And okay, you can feel that this book has been like written quite a while ago, because normally nobody would write that today. The whole like, oh, damsel in distress, and oh, you get a kiss. I mean, I do enjoy it because like we have a choice of our gender, so we're kind of like going for a lesbian route, but still. Dumbus is a wild name for a place +2. So let's go back to here. You walk for several hours, following the twists and turns of the path through the trees. Then suddenly you stop. You have heard a noise up ahead. Something is moving around between the rocks at the edge of the path. I'll wait and look. You hang back, watching the trees. There is definitely something moving around, something large and long, with a tail that whips between the trees. But know that you have seen it, you're at a definite advantage. Can I try to creep around and then try to, kill you more efficiently? The beast is off the path to the right, so if you creep through the headline to the left, you may escape unnoticed. You try this tactic, moving slowly and carefully, making as little noise as possible, placing your feet with delicate care. After a few more yards, you're about to rejoin the path when the movement of the animal stops. It must have heard you. Okay, it had heard me, so we are cheating. I'm cheating, and I'm like fighting you immediately. You will be annoying, right? You bring your sword up to the bear, so we don't really know what they will do, so we can try to go like for... You will be powerful. You're kind of like a powerful one, right? It drops off to all four and lowers his head. This is because he was trying to attack like... Oh no. It's a very low attack. It rears back, claw raised. Okay, claw raised is like defensive. It stumbles back, tail whipped high in defense. So maybe like this one you can like just punish. Beats the air with its tail. Probably like a strong one. Let's try again. I think we can do better. We'll defend as a first like move so we can like know what he's trying to do. Standing up into its hind legs. This will be like a power attack, right? It rears back, claw raised. So defense, I'll just chip some damage. We can like go for like small attacks again. Crawls and grunts, rearing up, showing his full height. Maybe I can like still win because you don't go... Okay. 1 stamina, I accept. With a beast dead on the path, you are free to move onwards. We are approaching Dumbus. The path winds a few more times around gigantic trees thousands of years old and then emerges into a sudden plain as if the forest has been scooped away by a gigantic hand. A river trickles thinly between short grasses and by its bank stands a tiny village. We'll see the people there. Today has been a short day with few true dangers. With a decent meal and a night's sleep, your next day will start auspiciously. So you begin the gentle climb down into the village. A sword mistress of Dumpus. So true. The streets are thin and narrow, and the buildings have been set close together, as if trying to withstand the storm. There is a terrible smell hanging in the air. All in all, it seems an unpleasant place. I mean, it's called Dumpus, so... Let's talk to the people first. You pass along the main path through the village and pause outside a hut in which several of the disheveled hill dwellers are sitting and eating. They seem deep in discussion about something. Several are shaking their fists in the air. Lifting back the canvas flap, you step inside. The hill dwellers stop talking immediately and look up at you. One gets to its feet and gestures you forward. I'll bow. You nod your head once to the man, return the gestures. Then one of the others calls something in their native tongues and points at your side to where your sword hangs out below the hem of your cloak. In broken common tongue, the first man croaks, "No weapons," and he indicates a table by the door where you can leave the blade. I'll be nice, I'll remove my sword. You unfasten your sword belt and leave your weapon on the table. The hill dwellers nod to show their appreciation and then beckon you to sit with them. Then they continue their conversation, just as animatedly as before, speaking in a local tongue that you cannot follow. But as they talk, they pour you a drink and provide you with food. They seem quite welcoming. So this is our meal for the day, so we don't have to use a ration, which is quite good. I'll listen to what they have to say. As you eat, you listen, catching a few words here and there. Goblins, arms, Kristatanti. They seem to be very concerned. Can we really talk about let's talk about the goblin. What are the goblins doing? Are they being armed by villagers? The men shake their head. Slowly you piece together the story. The group seems quite sure that a horde of goblins are planning an attack on Kristantanti, which is apparently one of the wealthiest spots in the hills. They are discussing whether it would be worth helping the village to defend itself, which might mean they are offered some kind of reward. I mean, we have no, horses in this situation, in this race. I don't want to push them to do any decision. This is very not reminiscent, but it makes me think about Pentiment, where you can solve the mystery and learn about the people in the village. But at the same time, in Pentiment, Andreas Mahler is not. This is not his village, and so there's this thing that the game is telling you is that you will be a stranger always, and maybe there are some things that you can't, decide for people because this is not your community. You are part of the community because you're staying here as an artist or whatever, but you will never be like the others, at least not in a few years. So maybe you should restrain from, giving people lessons about how they need to live their lives. So we should probably stay neutral in that until we know more, until we are prompted. Oh, okay. So I thought it was for me. I was waiting and decide later of an answer. Well, better to understand your enemy than Russian, I guess. This is a bit. Well, I mean, it's kind of a wise decision. So better to understand your enemy than Russian, you answer. Once you understand how the goblins are fighting, you will be better placed to defeat them. The men nod, swayed by your ruthless logic. And you, how do you fight? One man asks you. I mean, I will help those that need it, probably. Me, when I start playing a new game and start writing in the forum about everything they need to change in the Mutilia long-standing creation. +2. The men nod. Let the goblin attack tonight. They cheer. We will use your strength. What? I don't know. Let's explore the town first. Halfway along the track, you come across a couple of merchants' huts. You browse for items worth buying with your 17 gold pieces. Your attention is taken by a finely woven skull cap, a finely crafted sword, and a small bag of provisions. Defender of Dumpus. This is maybe not like the most prestigious title you can have. But again, we defend everyone, right? This is kind of like the point. I don't know. Do we want to buy provisions? Like, we can like 6 gold pieces for 3 rations. So 2 pieces for 1 ration. I think it's like okay. I want to pay for them. We have like the money, it's fine. And the more rations that we have, the less we'll struggle later on if we need to stay out in the open. Dumpus Defender, Booty Blockader, Arse Advocate. This is... I mean, Dumpus Defender is probably like the better one here, but at what cost? At what cost? I'll pay for them, okay. Do we want the sword? Carefully, you lift the long sword from the table and swing it around the air. Again, 6 pieces of gold, why not? But at the same time, I think that we are doing pretty well with our weapon. There's no need to go like for a stronger weapon yet, I believe. What about the skull cap? You pick the skull cap and turn it over. Stolen from a priest of Dadulay, the merchant declares with pride, a fine piece of work, 4 gold pieces. It looks like an object of magic properties, although what they might be isn't clear. Can I try it? I don't know. The description feels like it's a MacGuffin, but I don't know. Do we want to buy it? 4 gold pieces. So we would have expended 10, which leaves us at like 7. 7 is like below what I would like, but at the same time, we are very comfortable in terms of rations anyway. Because like we need to use like 1 ration per day, but we can use more if we need healing. But for now, we are playing, I think, very cleanly, so I don't know. I feel like 6 was a bit too much again, and there was still the rationale of, you know, we'll find like I think a weapon at some point when we'll get into a dungeon. But like 4 pieces for something that is magical and that might be a MacGuffin, I don't know. I feel like it's doable. Dumpus Defenders. Tonight may be the last day of our lives, but whatever happens, we shall never be known to we shall never be known to dump of Dumpus. So true, +2. I mean, there was this video, right? I think at some point. Let me try to find it because I think it warrants. There was a. Was it a? Again. Exactly. I think it was this video, and it was kind of like,
"Hey, Vsauce, Michael here."
It was kind of like, your bottom is very important. It's the middle of the body. It's like your center of gravity. It's doing everything, and we should like appreciate bottoms and butts and whatever else a bit more. And I think this is kind of like what we're saying with Dumpus. Dumpus is meaningful. This is important. There's no shame in being Dumpus defenders. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Okay. Is there any work to be had here? The merchant sizes you up. You look like a good worker to me. One of my friends needs some digging doing. I'm sure he would pay you and feed you for it. I mean... digging what? The merchant shifts uncomfortably. Does it matter? You'll find out. I hope it's not like graves, but you know. So, he asks. He looks over his shoulder at the path. I'm going that way now myself. You coming? I mean, let's go. He leads you to a house on the edge of the village and introduces you to the householder, a stout man who is probably incapable of lifting a spade, let alone digging with it. They say that those born in dumpers are lucky because they start in the dump. Their lives can only go upward from there. Those that burn in dumpers are lucky because you will die incinerated where you belong. What is it you need doing? Cesspit, the man replies. Out back, needs digging. How much? Well, it's pretty urgent. 3 gold pieces? Do we have like a spell for that? Oh no, but there's like... the dialogue was like... yeah, okay. I see the vision. So what we'll do... let me check like our spell book. Because big can be used like in every... oh, big is 1. Big is 1. So we should like... we use big. We dig. We eat with him. Again. And we gain our stamina back. People in Dumpus are never cold because there's a lot of menu for fire making. +2. Okay, so I'll say yes. I want my 3 gold pieces. Spades out back, he replies with a jerk of his thumb. You walk through the man's house into the back garden. The smell is terrible. This place is really called Dumpus. The job is just not to dig a new cesspit, but to dig over the old one. And it's going to be several hours' work that will probably take the whole night. Big is 1, big is 1. Big. You cast the spell and wait for it to take effect. Then you feel the spade turn from a heavy tool to a mere toothpick in your hand. As you swell to 3 times your usual size, you have the digging work done in barely any time. This is peak. You go back to the house and collect your money. 3 gold pieces. The grateful householder also provides you with some food as well as a space on the floor to rest for the remainder of the night. You settle down happily and are quickly asleep. Okay, is that the end of the day then? You dream strange dreams as you sleep. Your thoughts are dominated by the strange woman in the hut. In your mind, she has become younger than she truly was. Flowers seem to blossom from her hair as though she was grown from the earth herself. Overhead, you fancy you hear the flap of giant wings. The birdmen came for the crown. Perhaps before this journey is finished, they will come for you. Interesting. Goodbye, Dumpus. It was like the best town we had in this entire journey, I think. Dumpus, I loved you all. You rise early, dismiss the attentions of the householder, and head out into the street. Within a few minutes of walking, you're out of Dumpus and back on the road. After another hour or so, the way branches, with one path heading up in the hills and the other turning downhill and along one side of a barren stony ridge. Is that a village you can make out on top of the hill? It seems a lonely place for it. In more elaborate topics, the way exploration of Dumpus went reminded me of the conversation we had about exploring town and cities in CRPGs. The 3 points of interest in Dumpus, you check them and you're done. If it was a CRPG, you had like all of those houses with random NPCs that just have filler conversation, empty places, and maybe some additional filler quests to make the place feel more alive. And the result would be worst overall, in my opinion. I do agree. I do agree because here it's like straight to the point. The point is like, you don't want to stay in that village. But we still want to characterize people. And to do that, it's simple. It's like people are like, some are nice, some are just living their daily lives. And also like, it's kind of like your average village. There's nothing important here in Dumpus. And so people are just living their life, going, to the ale house to drink, talking, with friends. But there's no grandiloquent quests. It's just like people living. And because of that, you can discard all of, the in-depth exploration, because it's just about slice of life and it's just like one heart during your travel. And I do agree that it's better. But in general, in CRPG and even in like TTRPG, I always enjoyed little villages more than cities, because you can give them like a bit more personality. And you don't have to describe everything. And yeah, I think like Dumpus is a good way of showcasing, exploration without going too much like in depth. Okay, so we have like village or downhill. Basically, it leads kind of to the same place. I mean, the bridges of Vankas. I don't exactly know. Do we want to go there? We should explore the village anyway, I think. It's so interesting that it's so close to the other village. What? There are villagers out in the street, talking and walking. It seems a happy, bustling place, despite the filth in the street and the barren surroundings. Is it a happy place? The illustration is not like the illustration for a happy place. They seem not happy right now. They seem like, it's pure misery. You have like a bird hanging from the roof. Everything is in disarray. People are like dying. What do you mean a happy and bustling place? I'll watch a bit longer. You stay at your vantage point and watch a while longer to see if things change. After a while, you begin to notice something strange about the way the people in the village are moving. First, you notice one is limping, then another. And then you realize they are all shuffling as they move. Some use sticks. One is even crawling. Is it like the village for the people that are disabled from like... Is it the Dumpus of Dumpus? Is my question. Watch more. You stay hidden and watch for longer. After a while, you realize that whatever is happening in the village, it is desperate. There is no laughter. No. Then it's not a happy and bustling place. Am I crazy? No joy. There is no trade, no commerce. The women do not walk about, and the men do not watch them. It is a village stripped of all its life. So it's Dumpus of Dumpus, which is probably like, again, the village where you put like all the sick persons. So, I don't know, considering maybe not like, I mean, you have only one leg, so I don't know. Is it like just, the sick that we put here? Is it like is it a plague village, is my question. I don't know. But maybe we would not want to like take any risk. If women are not watched, is it a real village? This particular book was written by Steve Jackson in the 70s. I don't think Steve Jackson was really a feminist back then. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. Let's stay away from this place. I don't think like this is peak. You've seen enough. Taking to the low scrub, you walk a quarter circle around the village to the far ridge. I don't know, look back. Why? Looking back, you can now see the village a little closer. There are red crosses marked on some of the doors. This is the sign of the plague. You shudder, thank your spirit, and move on. The path turns down a steep creek slope and into some trees. I watch women, therefore I am. For men, most of the time, you know, it's kind of true what you're saying, unfortunately. Okay, let's go there then. It is difficult to see the way ahead through the lime tree, but you can't see any other alternative, so you keep going, and eventually the path bursts out onto a narrow stone ledge high above the valley floor. The ledge leads left and right. There is no way forward. What is left? Looking left, you can see that the narrow ledge is formed by a splinting of the rock that leads all the way down to the misty valley floor. If there is a path up to the other side, it is not clear from here. Look right. Looking right, you're taken aback, as out of the mist that fills the valley, an impossible white bridge looms into view, as if it had only now fallen into place. It is made of planks and thick ropes, and is suspended from this peak to the peak on the other side. Who could have built such a marvel, and how long ago? 82. Well, I don't think that Steve Jackson in 1982, considering how he's writing this particular book, is much of a feminist. Again, the scene with the witch was like, it wasn't like too bad, but at the same time, you know that like it could have been far worse, and we were like nearing the point where, you know, you could have like sexual intercourses with her just because you saved her from like a cage she was put in by like some elves that I don't know went into her house. Like, she's one of the most powerful witches, I guess, like in this particular, you know, region, but like the Elvins still put her in a cage for some reason. I'm not saying that Steve Jackson is a bad person. I'm saying that, yeah. Look at the bridge. You take a moment more, staring at the bridge. It forms a delicate curve across the valley, swaying very slightly in the wandering mind. But the more you look, the more it seems too perfect. Could such a bridge possibly exist? Or is it a mere illusion, to trick the incautious traveler? We don't need to rest. We can rest a bit later, I guess. So the bridge seems fake. That's basically what we're saying. But like, if we go down, where do we go? Oh, there are things here. We can like probably go up through like the mines, right? Or am I crazy? The bridge seems untrustworthy. Should anything happen while you were halfway across it, there would be no escape, but the last, most final kind. Better to walk. You make your way along the stone ledge. The angle is steep, and it's hard going not to stumble. At the valley floor is a dried-up river, covered in worn stones, horned by water that is no long gone. Small caves open in the rock face nearby, with rusted machinery abandoned outside. There was mining here once, but it must have been a long time ago. A wider track leads up the far slope. I'll look around. You pause for a moment to recover your breath and look around. Look at the machinery. You walk for a while between the ancient machines that list out of the mud beside the riverbed. Gigantic hoppers, now bronze with rust, with huge spiked wheels in their sides and chutes leading between them, now thick with bindweed, slugs, and mud. Whatever these machines were for, they have not worked in decades, maybe even centuries. You look down the riverbed, nothing but a carpet of stone. I'll take some stones. You choose 3 nice round pebbles and stash them into your backpack. Heavy to carry, but useful. So we can use that like as explosives with our spell. You approach the mine entrance. A wet wind greets you from the depths. The mine shaft must lead somewhere, but it is pitch dark. There are no torches, and you do not have any light on your own. When you're forced to build bridges with your enemy, build fake bridges made of white stone. It represents the full relationship white men create with indigenous tribes that look very beautiful, but are all a trap. Stu Jackson was not a feminist, but maybe he was a visionary. I don't know. I think I can't give you a +2 just because it would. I don't know. I need to consult my lawyer before continuing into that bit. I'm not sure. You know, I cannot afford to be sued for defamation. I guess we can explore the mines. Maybe there are things interesting there. You stride further inside until the wet rock is above you and the air falls suddenly cold and still. Your breath echoes. Tight, dark spaces are often fearsome, and though the rock walls here were carved with axes, there is still something wild and harrowing about this place. Your feet crunch on the gravel floor. Give me a +/-2 superimposition +2. It's like $2. You can decide what you want to put there. Double it and give it to the next person, something like that. Can I like... You go a little further in the dark, feeling your way along the right wall. You hear something, a deep resounding growl. The walls shake. There is a scrape of claws on stone and another noise, like fluttering, beating sails, as though a ship fought against a gale. Something is rushing towards you. You turn to run, but you cannot move your leg quickly enough. Sharp talons gash into your back and you fall. I'm dying, I guess. So I'll just use a spell. But I want to use... Let me search my spell book. I want to use... This is pop. I'll use pop. Am I insane? Oh, I cannot use pop? I thought I had pebbles. Pebbles, Bibo? I have 3 pebbles. I can't use this? Requires a pebble. Pop. Why? I can't use pop? Of course he will. I chose modulo 2. Wait, so I do have the pebble, but I cannot use like... Okay, so what spell do we have? Create a fireball. I mean, fireball in a cave. In like a mine. This is kind of peak, right? We should try. I think it should be fun. Everything will explode. Let me try hot. I've been like denied of my pop. This is saddening. Eh? No, I used the wrong letter. Oh, free stamina, free stamina. We are at, I think we are at 11 or something like that. I think it's fine. The cave was filled with stagnant gas. I mean, you cast your spell, creating a fireball on your palm that fills the mine shaft with light. Looking ahead, you see the pathway splits in a T-junction with turning left and right that lead away and downwards into the mine. But then, approaching up the left passage, you see something, huge eyes and clawed feet. Then it crawls with hot, malicious rage. It is rushing towards you. Goodbye. You toss the fireball towards the creature. There, the smell of burning flesh, and the monster roars in pain with an almost human sound. Before it can recover, you turn and run out into the sunshine, up the path, hoping it will not follow you. What? That's it? I thought... I mean... Well, okay. Your breath is short and your heart is stammering as you pause, halfway up the valley slope. A small wooden hut is opposite, set a little way back from the path. I'll look at it first. You stop to watch the hut, dropping behind a bush out of sight as you do so. After a few minutes, you see a troll emerge, ducking to get through the tiny frame of the building. He's clearly guarding something around here. Perhaps another goblin mine, or perhaps he was stationed here long ago to guard a city that has now crumbled into ruins. I don't know. Let's wait first. The creature stands outside the hut for a few minutes, looking this way and that, his colossal head turning with the speed and dexterity of a mill wheel. Then he stomps away, around the curve of the hill. You probably have a few minutes before he reappears. Quick, let's steal things inside. I don't know. Look at the table. By the look of the table and its stains, this is where the trolls sharpens its blade, skins its rabbits for the pot, and sleeps. It is certainly strong enough. 4 wide trunk legs supporting a split trunk top, etched deep and carved. The creature will be back any moment. You should go. I don't know. You lift the corner of the blanket with the tip of your sword, and hidden away you find 3 gold pieces, most likely the troll's pay for the entire year. I'll take the money and I leave. We need to leave. We need to leave right now. I'm slipping away. Interesting. And so this is like another village. Biritonti. Another hour passes as you finish the climb. With the sun starting to hang heavy in the air, you reach the top and meet with another end of the rope bridge. Let's look back at the bridge. It may look stable, but it is undoubtedly a death trap set to part travelers from their gold and from their life. You continue on down the slope as evening draws in. Some way down the hill, you stop for rest and sit on a boulder to survey what lies ahead. The path leads downwards, and at its foot, cradled between 3 peaks, is a village, and quite a large one at that. Behind you, the sun is falling rapidly into the hills. It will be night soon. Let's go to the village. It looks like a good place to stop. You hop down from a boulder and make your way forward when a overhanging branch touches your face, and you hear a lively chirping. I turn around. You turn around quickly. Hovering by your shoulder is a small creature the size of a bird. It is childlike but very thin, with green skin and flits around you on transparent wings. It seems friendly enough. It even lands on your shoulder, its tiny clawed toes pinching slightly. I'll talk to you. What are you? The creature does a backflip and gives a low bow. I'm Minimite. Marmite. Pleased to meet you. It reaches out a tiny hand and shakes your earlobe. What can you tell me about the village? Is it safe? That's Biritonti, and it's very safe. It's the largest village of the whole of Shamutanti Hills. Every traveler who comes this way spends at least one night here. It's a little bit expensive, especially for Minimites, but pleasant enough. The creature starts hopping up and down. Come on, it grumbles impatiently. Let's get going, can't we? Well, what do you want with me first? See that village? The creature replies. Last time I tried to go through, they told me I wasn't welcome, so wouldn't mind some protection. I can protect you. The creature squeezes your shoulder gently. It's like having a spider trying to burrow into your skin. The creature flits to your other shoulder once more. You're not in any hurry, are you? It observes. Do you want to sleep out in the wrath? Well, let's go. The creature shakes you by the ear in excitement, and you set off along the path once more. You descend into the bowl of the valley. The hills on either side are toweringly tall and throw the village into deep shadow. It would seem a very gloomy, threatening place, but from the streets come the distant sound of laughter and merriment. Is this a trick? Is this like an illusion? You continue along the path. The sounds of festivities grow louder. It's almost spooky here, in the shade of the valley, and after so long on the dire road, the people in this village seem to be enjoying themselves. See, I told you it was a happy place. What's going on? Are they bewitched? No, if there was any magic, believe me, I'd know. This is the festival of the young. What is that? Well, take a look. Jen waves a little hand around the village. The idea is that once a year, the children are allowed the freedom of the village. It's a time of great fun and lots of pranks. It becomes quickly obvious what he means. You pass the first few buildings, where you find a number of children sitting in the street and drinking ale from deep mugs. Further on, a young boy is holding an older woman over its knee and spanking her. On the other side of the street, a group of boys is fighting outside a hut with a sign that reads Glengrador Tavern. It is a complete mayhem. It's interesting because this is kind of okay, first of all, two ideas. Festivals in fantasy settings for TTRPG, CRPG, very good. It's always such a good way to showcase personality, and I think it avoids also the issue of having to detail everything, because you can pseudo railroad the players to very specific location that they will enjoy during the festival. It works well. I think it's why the start of the first Pathfinder AP, the Rise of the Rune Lords, is so good, because you can really, as a dungeon master, you can really shape the festival in a very interesting way, and you have that before the goblins are attacking, and it's a very strong start. I think it's one of the strongest starts you can do in a small town village. And second of all, here we have another case of a reversal festival where the young take the place of the adults. There was the same thing, obviously, in ancient Rome, where slaves would be the masters for one day. You had that also in the Middle Ages. Obviously, this is a reversal tradition. It happens in a lot of cultures around the world, and I think it's nice. I think it's a nice touch to have something that is a bit uncommon to see in fantasy, but it's still rooted deep in reality and you can really relate to it. So yeah, this is nice. We won't rescue her, obviously, because this is kind of the festival. This is the atmosphere. You should let children be. You consider helping the woman, but there is nothing you can do. It is their festival after all. Yes. I don't know. Let's go to the tavern first. Behind the bar, a thick-set man is wiping mugs down with an old rag. "Greetings, stranger," he calls. "I'm Glenn Dragor. Can I be helping you?" "Greetings. I've come a long way. I'm sure you have. Take a seat." You do so, and Jan leaps up and onto the corner. Glondragor seems amused rather than alarmed by the creature. "How much is ale?" "2 gold pieces, and it's the finest in town." "Well, it's the only ale in town, I'm sure of that. This is kind of like... why do we have, like, I have something for you? Do I have something for him? Not this treasure? I don't see why we would have, like, anything for him. Maybe there's something that we needed to do, but we haven't. We'll buy a mug just because it will probably open some dialogue with him. "Looks like you have been on the road a while. You have no idea," you reply. "Tell me about this village." "Not much to say. What you see is what you get. This place keeps going because it's the only route between Kare and Kantopani. If one of these mountains falls or the river freezes over, then this place will be desert in 2 weeks. I'm headed for Kare myself." "Of course you are. Didn't I just tell you that?" "What can you tell me about this?" "Ah, Kare. I loved a girl in Kare once. Again, talking about girls. It is a town for love, you know. You have to live every day like it's your last in Kare, because the chances are high that it will be. No, there's a city of thieves. There's a city of thieves, if ever there was one. I'm sure you'll be right at home." "I'll survive." "Good for you," he replies, with a nod. "I suppose the worst that happened to me there was a broken heart in the end." Glondragor goes back to wiping down its bar, then a thought occurs to him. "You'll be passing through Torpani, I suppose. These winds in Torpani are normally a merry lot, but they are pretty depressed at the moment. There's a real gloom about that place." "What's the matter with them?" "Oh, well," he thinks for a moment, then waves away whatever was on the tip of his tongue. "I'm sure it's nothing to concern you." From the counter, Jan issues a loud burp. He's been sipping ale from puddles on the bar top and is now quite drunk. I don't know. Having like a companion is not like a bad thing. Let's wake him." You poke the little creature, who clambers busily up your finger, but then topples off and onto the floor. "Leave him there if you like. I'll pick him up and put it in a mug." But you don't quite manage it. At the last moment, Jan roses himself and flies wobblingly back onto your shoulder. "I love you," he whispers into your ear. Well, interesting. I don't know. Let's go further into town. You head out of the tavern and turn a corner to find a group of girls standing by a signpost pointing to the crystal waterfall. They are tripping up their elders as they passed and giggling. "What about the waterfall?" You stop the group and ask them about the waterfall, but they are too distracted by Jan, whom they delight in poking, tickling, and generally cooing over. After a few minutes of asking them about the waterfall, you give up and walk away. One of the girls calls, "Come back!" Another shouts, "The water is good for you!" Jan sighs, already missing the attention, but comes back to rest off your shoulder. Some typos, I don't know. You leave the girls to their snickering. We can go to the waterfall, I guess. And then we can probably come back right, because like... Interesting. You go back past the girls and head up a path that climbs through a crack in the mountainside. Soon the air is filled by a thundering. It's quite a climb, but eventually you turn a corner through a narrow cleft in the rock and catch your first glimpse of the tall natural waterfall, plunging down from the cliffs overhead. Large crystal stalactites hang down either side of the water. There is only one path to reach it, winding up the rock face, and it passes by a small hut where a ruffian is collecting money. Interesting. You can scout. You tap Jan on the shoulder. Why don't you scout ahead? Find out if this waterfall is worth the money. Jan nods vigorously. All right, but I'll be quick. Don't think you can get rid of me just like that. I can catch up. I don't know. Let's greet him. You make your way over to the hut. Greetings, you begin. Do you collect a fee for the waters? I do, sneezes the ruffian. These waters cannot be so healing if... This water cannot be so healing if he had not caught an awful flu from them. 3 gold pieces. There's a buzzing at your shoulder. As Jan returns and resettles himself, it doesn't look like much to me, he whispers. I think you'd be wasting your gold if you paid. I mean... Do we want to? I don't know. 3 gold pieces, it's like maybe too much. And if Jan is saying that, like, there's no... Obviously Jan maybe is wrong and there's something interesting here, but... I don't know. Do we want to... I don't know. I don't want to pay, to be honest, so maybe I'll... Maybe we'll just leave, I think. The waterfall may be beautiful, but it is not worth your hard-won gold. Pleased with your decision, you turn back and head into the village. As you pass the girls, they sneer to each other. She doesn't smell any better. I mean... Okay, we can sleep for the night, probably. I want a bed. 5? I'll go outside. I mean, we are mean. We shouldn't have said that, but like we can probably camp outside. I think we haven't eaten for the day, so that's probably something that we should do. And we can like camp outside for tonight, I guess. You make your way out of the village and into a stand of tall, dry trees under the overhang of one of the cruel mountainsides. Between curling roots, you find a small place to settle down to rest. Jan perches a little way above on a knot and is quickly asleep. You are tired enough to follow suit. Let's settle down. You rest your head onto the backpack and close your eyes. Perhaps a few hours pass when you awake, suddenly aware of a shadow moving between the tree trunks. It turns as it sniffs the air, a wolf hound. I mean, let's fight, probably. Shouldn't be too hard. I can probably like try to overwhelm you. Kind of like immediately. It howls and whimpers, meaning that you will play defensively, no? And then I go like for the big attack, and that should be it. No stamina loss. The beast defeated, you pause to regain your breath and wipe your sword. Then, once satisfied, you lay down again and try to sleep. Jan flutters down and resettles on your shoulder. Your dreams are filled with walking, with peaks and valleys and endless paths. A curious light plays across them, building walls to heights before ringing them as it moves away. The rest of the night passes silently. Let's go there. Oh. Can we finish, like, I don't know, it's kind of a long stream, I guess, but I kind of want to finish, like, this game. We're kind of, like, you know, in the zone right now. You rise early from your spot beneath the tree. As you gather your things, Jan leaps up and onto your shoulder. Ready to go? He chips. You rejoin the path on the far side of Biritanti. The sun sits on the horizon like a glimmering jewel. If all goes well, you will reach Torrepani today, the last village in the Shamutanti hills. After a short climb, the path breaks, heading uphill to the left and downhill to the right. I mean, we can like ask Jan, but like to the right is a forest, to the left the going is easier. The path heads through a field of black flowers through to Torrepani. Nothing protects the creature, and that's a fine way to talk to your guide. I'm not charging you for my advice, you know. You'll get no more from the creature. With Torrepani so close, it hardly matters which way you go, surely. I mean, we have like a hut here that we might explore. So maybe we want to go right. Then be on your guard. You climb a rise. The way is not too steep, and as noon approaches, you have crested the ridge and you are descending yet again. You are now at the highest point of the hills, where the trees are thin. The views west goes on forever, and something you catch glimpse of Carre, and sometimes you catch glimpses of Carre on the northern horizon. I'll keep going for now. You decide to not stop to it, but push on. Jan is in a talkative mood over the worst of his headache from last night's drinking, and fills the air around with his chatter about what he can see and how things smell and what he plans to do once he makes his fortune in Carre. It's enough to make you wonder if you could sell him as a companion to a blind old lady somewhere. Why are we so mean? It's nice to have a companion. You pass from the open hillside into a patch of deep forest. Quite suddenly, Jan falls quiet and hisses in your ear. Stop now. I'll say nothing. You come to a dead stop. Jan is right. Something is moving through the trees behind you. A moment later, a point of steel has emerged from the darkness between two trees and touches your neck. You've seen me, I know. I'll draw my sword. You have a moment to draw your sword before the tall, dark figure of an assassin emerges from the trees. He is dressed head to toe, in black, and you had not seen him a moment before, even though he had been standing a mere arm's length away. He wields a sharp scimitar in expert hands. Fight him. I don't know. Do I want to play like over his... Interesting. He spins his sword about to shift his sword across his body. Is it like spin his sword to shift the sword across his body? Is it like a defensive stance? I'm not sure. It's not. Kind of want to go like for a strong attack. Okay, I've been bait. Closing his eyes, murmur a quick prayer as he set his stance. Just defend here. Swirl is his grip. This weapon sings as he moves. He will go for a strong attack, right? But we can like probably... This is like very, I don't know. Flicks the blade through the air, crouching as he moves. That will be like a strong. I don't know. Mantra has ready his blade, so we'll defend. Crouching as he moves. This is like a low attack, right? Yes, okay. 5. We can do better, but at the same time, like I don't... Do I mind that much? Like I think it's fine. We have like stamina to spare. We can try again. At the very least, know that we know his particular moveset. Shift the sword across his body. Okay. Set his stance. So this is where we defend. Okay, this is like unfortunate. I'll go for a very strong attack, maybe. He'll die here. The problem is that when he's like taunting, I don't really know what I can do. Sings as he moves. I think I can like, yeah, okay, it's a little bit better. 3 stamina, I'll take it. The assassin is not dead, but lies on the floor, gasping. We don't have to kill him, right? Then get up, you tell him, holding your sword back but not putting it away, yet. He nods and sheaths his own blade. You're a worthy victor. I'm glad to meet you. And know you have saved me. You own me in part. My name is Flanker. Flanking? And I am an assassin and a thief. Why did you attack me? It is a simple matter. I pick on wayfarers for practice in hiding and in killing. I assume you would be no match, especially when I saw your pet. He points briefly at Minimite, who is currently hiding under a fold in your tunic. But I see I was wrong. He bows his head once, perhaps in respect, perhaps from the pain of his injury. Are you traveling to Carrie? Why do you ask? It's the way that I'm going. Perhaps I will not see you again once we part way, but if I do, remember me. I will not forget the debt I owe you. What is your business in Carrie? He looks long into your eyes for a moment, then answer. The nobles of the city have heard rumors. Goblins are reopening old mines. They want to know why. They're mining for emeralds. I don't mind telling him. They may find emeralds, Flanker replies, but that is not what makes them brave. The abandoned shafts and workings. You know the history of the hills, perhaps. They have not always been so poor, so underpopulated. Once great and powerful men lived here, men of great knowledge and sorcery. Long gone now. Flanker shakes his head. Not gone. Changed. There's a village of giants in these hills. That is what those men became. The ancient miners once ran a great city spawning from the Kakabat Sea as far north as the Jaiku mines. That is where they mined the ore that forged the crown, and this is that metal, that power, which the goblins are searching for. If Mompong should rise, it will be their only hope. They must be stopped. Perhaps they will be. They say the ancients left terrible guardians behind. He bows his head again. This time it is definitely from pain. Go, you cannot aid me. I can. No, I have caused your wounds. I will help you. He grins with gritted teeth. Are you a doctor? I do not think you are. I don't want to like use the potion on him, but maybe we can like bind his wounds. Tearing strips of dark fabric from his clothing, you bind his wounds tightly and the bleeding lessens. You are too kind to a man who was about to kill you, he murmurs. Let that be your lesson, you reply as you gather up your things and head out to the forest, into the forest, leaving him behind. You have a sense that you have made a powerful friend. Flanker! How much longer do you think we'll be traveling today? The Minimite on your shoulder asks. I'm hungry and tired, and we've gone such a long way. Not much further. The Minimite sighs and slumps onto your shoulder. You continue along the path and around the side of a hill. A wooden hut is set into the slope, with an old woman sitting on the front step. A river seems to emerge from beneath her. As you get closer, you realize the water flows underneath her house, and the house itself is set on splayed struts like an insect straddling the watercourse. A few paces from the front of the house, the water plunges over the edge of a sheer cliff and disappears. I'll greet the woman. Greetings. The woman looks up at you and smiles. Come over here, won't you? I can barely see you. I'll approach you. You approach the old woman. She smiles a toothless smile and gets up from the step. Come in, please, she beckons. I get so lonely living out here on my own away from the villagers. What can go? Is it a trap? I don't know. Thank you. You follow her inside and take a seat by a long wooden table. I'll bring us some tea, she says. She sounds almost nervous. Hurrying to the kitchen, she returns with 2 large cups. Watch it, Jan whispers in your ear. I do not trust this one. I'll drink the tea for now. You make to sip your tea when the old woman stops you, catching your arm before the cup reaches your lips. Oh, I've forgotten the pot. She goes back to the kitchen to fetch it. I don't know. I don't know. I'll drink. You lift your mug, blow away the steam, and take a sip as the old lady returns. The old lady lifts a own mug and takes a deep gulp. Your own tea is gently refreshing. Then she splutters and coughs and grips her side. I mean, that was obviously a trap. That was obviously like a psychological trap. So, yeah. I don't know. Let's help her. Something wrong? Oh, no. She replies, trying to smile, but clearly doubled up in pain. Stumbling and almost falling, she staggers to her kitchen and gulps down another drink. When she returns, she seems much better again. I'm not as young as I was, she explains. All the same, she pushes her tea to one side. But tell me about you. Are you a traveler? Yes, I am. How wonderful! Such a delightful city. Indeed, you answer. Tell me, on your journey, didn't you happen to come across an old man, did you? Was that like the old man from the beginning of the game, like in the tree? Should probably say no. She's like asking questions that are a bit too pointed in my opinion. So no, we haven't. Oh really, that's a pity. She seems to think for a moment, then adds, but do you have anything of magical nature? I do not. I have nothing. No, too risky to carry, you understand. I suppose so, she replies through gritted teeth. You get on your feet. Thank you for the tea. She waves you away without interest. Go on, go away. You step back onto the path. Jan lets out a long sigh of relief. You know, she was one of the most powerful sorceress in the hills, he whispers. I could smell it on her. You're lucky you got away alive. You shrug. A harmless old lady. Also she seemed. Torrepani now. It is now late afternoon. You pass over the brow of the next hill, and below you is the village of Torrepani, slung from one side of the valley to the next like a flood barrier. By the way, I was thinking like about like Jan. I think this is a good companion. It's like you're beginning like this journey alone, and like along the way you get like a companion. But it's not like it's not like a perfect companion. He's like a bit annoying, a bit childish, but I think it works because it's a good foil to your more serious behavior. And I think that like companions in those games, like in CRPGs, should be really flawed. You need to create like characters that are flawed in an endearing way, and I think that Jan is striking that balance quite well. I think the game is trying to tell you, and the book is trying to tell you that no, he's really annoying, and far much than it really is. I don't think he's that annoying, but I don't know. He's kind of like the childish foil to your party, and that's good. Let's observe. Torrepani is a village of the Swin, an aggressive-looking race of man-orcs. You might expect their village to be rowdy, but it seems strangely quiet. Yeah, they say that like the Svins were depressed or something like that. Still, there is no way around it. You will have to go through. Let's go inside. You enter the village. There is a definitive air of depression hanging over the place. The Svins are going about their business, slowly and miserably, and pay you no heed. You sit yourself down on a tree stump in the very center of the village to consider your option. Let's talk to people first. You spy a group of Svins sitting outside a low hut, and you walk over and sit yourself down. They are discussing a friend apparently killed in the night by an assassin's curved blade. Maybe we shouldn't like mention him. Is that why you're all afraid? We're afraid of no thing, retorts one of the Swin furiously. But no, much worse. Another Svin bangs his hand down on the table. But with S dead, who saved Tia? Who is Tia? Our flower. The Svin who answers wipes a tear from the corner of his eye, scratching himself painfully with an uncut fingernail. Tia is Sheev's daughter, the other Svin says. Esh was to save her. No, Esh not alive, so Tia soon not alive. What happened to her? And my cat is like awakened again. Goblins, they sacrifice. Sacrifice? He is unsure of the word, so mimes a gesture like a stabbing downwards knife blade. Yes, sacrifice to great cave demon. Trouble is, another says. Our village die if chief line end. Tia is end, so if end ends, we end. All very sad. Very sad. They all agree. Mao moment. Yes. Who you? One asks suddenly. As if only just thinking of it, he prods you in the chest. I'm a warrior. Warrior! A sudden gleam enters the biggest one's eye. Great warrior? The greatest. A best is good. Make it Tifa! He signals to the others. who are quickly on their feet, big, hefty arms swinging for you. We take to Chief! Before you can resist, they have you and are holding you bodily onto their shoulders. Jan clings onto your shoulder, refusing to be shaken free. I mean, where are you taking me? The Sphinx carrying you gave no reply. Then you reach a low hut on the edge of the village. You are set down carefully. Captured? I mean, they are just taking us to... Oh, the door is slammed and locked. A moment later, it reopens and your possessions are thrown inside. Okay. You pull your knees up to your chest and wait. Jan goes to sleep immediately. The long watches of the night pass slowly, and in the end, no one comes. The aching in your empty belly gnaws at you with glee. Also, have we like... We haven't eaten, right? We should like eat something? And we can just sleep, right? A few more minutes pass with no more movement. Figuring they will probably no wait until daylight, you put your head down to sleep. Your dreams are filled with grasping hands and long dark nails scratching at your flesh, and however much you toss and turn on the floor, you cannot quite get them out of your mind. Daybreak. You are still alone. An hour passes before you hear any noise outside, and then the door to the hut opens and 5 Svins come in. They drag you roughly out and across the street to another hut, where an old man with grey hair sits. He is wearing outlandish, colourful robes. My name? Proceus. Chief! He slaps his chest twice. I apologize. Then he bows, brushing the dust on the floor with his sleeves. We can accept his apology. The chief nods. He waves to a menial who brings in bread and milk. So we have eaten for the day. Gratefully, you bolt down the meal. It does not seem to be poisonous, and it nourishes you. The bowl is removed, and the chief squats down in a pool of cloth. Jan cowers under your own cloak, hoping to go unnoticed. I have need of you and your strength. I will help if I can. The chief bows. I am grateful. My daughter, my child, she is taken, offered to a terrible demon below. You want me to rescue her? The chief nods. Succeed, and you may choose your reward. Fail, and I'll do it. The chief nods. I hope you will. He gestures to the other Sphinx, who, still taking no chances, grab you by your arms and hold you to your feet. Well, we don't really have a choice. You are led along a short pathway through the forest to a crack in the ground. One Svin has brought a rope and another a basket. They are preparing to lower you down into the pit of the earth itself. I don't mind. You wait until they're ready, then step into the basket. The chief nods to you with respect. Watch the darkness, he declares as they start to lower you down. From your shoulder, Jan murmurs. Oh, we are in trouble now. He shivers. You don't realize you can't use magic with me around, and I'm not going anywhere. You hit the floor with a thud and peer into the darkness. Your eyes can make out nothing, but a slight breeze suggests endless space in all directions. You are blind, helpless, trapped. Something clatters to your feet from above. One of the fiends shouts something down to you. Feel around on the ground. You crouch down and feel around your feet until your hand closes on the base of something. You pick it up. It's a dry wood torch. Something else falls from above and strikes you on the head. Tinderbox, calls the voice. Rubbing the bruise on your head, you reach down and find a tinderbox. Don't know. I'll just light the torch. You strike a light and the torch blazes into flame. Yep. You can see now that you're in a large cavern, wide and deep. At the far end, passageways disappear to the left and right. Through an uneven rock fall, at the far end of the caravan, you hear a murmur. Listen. You clamber over the rocks at the edge of the caravan to investigate the sound. It is a whimpering, coming from the other side of the pile of stones. The Sphinx girl, perhaps. She came in this way, but then the cave-in blocked off her path. You will have to find another way to reach her. I mean, we always go left, but we don't have enough information, right? You go left and creep slowly into the darkness, ears straining for the sound of approaching threat, but all you can hear is Jan's quiet whimpering. From the other side, you hear mowing. It is a wild beast. It is a cat, awakened, demanding attention. She will not leave you alone. The passageway slopes down in a short way and ends in a T-junction. Two stones are stacked on top of one another against the wall. Let's examine the... This is kind of like a dungeon crawl sequence. There is nothing special about the two stones, except that they happen to be on top of each other. I don't know. I don't know. Do I want to continue like left? The tunnel twists and bends sharply. I won't read anything because like we are just in a labyrinth. Stacked pair of stone. Two stone rolls away down the slope. I'm kind of like annoyed. I need to make a map. Let me take like something. So we went left. This is the entrance. We went left again, and left again. So let's go right this time, and we are back at the entrance. So now we'll try to go straight, which is right from the first screen. Pendulous stalactite. I'll go straight again. Thick crystal glitters in the torchlight. So there's a crystal here. Pure diamond. Can I dig the crystal? My cat is crazy. I'll go right. I don't know. Let's turn back because I don't want to leave immediately. I'll go right. A lucky escape. A pit of snake. I'll cheat and we'll start again from the cave. Because we need like to find the girl, but like where is she? So we go left and let's go right this time. Okay. You skirt between them following a theme path until a side passage. Let's go left, maybe? A low rumbling. I'll wait. Around... The rock is almost perfect fit for the tunnel and speed is like increasing at your data. Can I like just... I kind of like just want to go back. Okay, so this is like kind of like a left, right, and I'll try to go forward. Look at the crystal. I'll go like forward. And again, this is not somewhere we want to go here. So okay, this is kind of like the dungeon sequence, but like in a very, I don't know. It's like the old school way of doing it. You can also find that in like, you know, some adventure games. A spot of sunlight. I'll go straight. You can still continue. This is crazy. This is like a massive dungeon. I'll go left here. Wait, you can go left? A single stone. It is like a stone. The stone is like kind of like pointing the direction you need to turn towards. 2 more stones, so maybe go left. Left is maybe 2 stones, right? A puzzle. Or maybe not, I don't know. Circles. Okay, so there's probably something with like the stones. So there's nothing here. We go left. Let's say we go left. 2 stones are stacked on top of each other. Does that mean that we need to go right when there are 2 stones? Nothing. We go left. A low rumbling. I turn and run. Boulder? You can't do magic when I'm around. Okay, so when Yan is... Okay, interesting. You raise a fast and fervent prayer to the dolphin in your spirit and feel the peace of the wilderness enter you. As your boulder slows and catches an invisible break, making it slow, not enough to stop it coming, but enough to give you a chance. You jump left, narrowing, avoiding the boulder as it crashes loudly and violently into the wall, mere inches from where you were standing. You pick yourself up and dust yourself down, only then you realize that Yan has not been so lucky. He died. He died, no! I mean, I'm like struggling because I cannot use magic, but at the same time, I don't know, kind of like Yan, so... Stacked pair of stones, so let's go right, for example. A single stone. A single stone. Is single stone left, but like, doesn't make any sense. 2 stones. Roll down the slope. I don't know. I don't know. I was not expecting that. I think we're very close, like, to the city, which, like, is good, but we are, like, stumbling on this particular dungeon, and I don't know how to solve it. I mean, we can try to solve it like the, you know, classic way of always going left, but I'll just go left at all intersections because we don't know. I don't exactly know if it's like, if it's, you know, like a kind of like a grid, or if sometimes we're walking like a lot. Well, and you cannot draw a map, so we can just go left always. And okay, that's how you solve things. Always go left. You follow the passage when you hear an echo of whimpering coming up the corridor. Your torch light falls into the frail shape. Hidden in the shadows is the young swing girl, stacking stones into hundreds of little towers. I mean, come with me, right? You have to be quiet, she hisses, or else. Suddenly, there is a loud roaring from the mouth of this short cavern. The walls begin to shake and crumble. The swing stone towers topple and scatter. To one side, a gap in the rubble begins to open, letting through a mean shaft of light. But before you can head for it, the roaring sound is joined by a scream from the swing girl. You turn slowly and peer into the gloom back along the tunnel. Is there something moving? Something coming closer? Perhaps the roaring of the wind rushing through the tunnels. You find a roundabout, go left, go always left. You hear a scrambling sound of claws on rock, and the exit from the tunnel is blocked by a dark and looming shape. A manticore, huge, terrible. It stands between you and the light and holds in bloody rage. So I cannot use magic, unfortunately. The manticore is a full hybrid created by the evil sorcerers of old and steeped in bitter self-hatred. It has a lion's body and the tail of a scorpion, but its face is that of an old man and its thoughts are cruel and resentful. As it sees you, it rears back, flapping two enormous wings on its back. But one, you notice it's singed and blackened, as if it has been burnt away. Oh, so it's like the beast that we have like fought in the mines. Okay, so let's fight. It will be a hard fight. Oh, you will be like, okay, this will be hard. For a moment, it's close enough to smell your fetid ass. I don't know. Okay, so you have like that. An impossible shifts away and opens its wide jaw. So you will go for a strong attack, right? Not really. This is like a weak one. I don't know. We need more information. It's scared. So maybe we should try to... If it's scared, it will play defensively, right? No, he doesn't... He never really... Okay. More angry, he will go for ugly frown. So he will probably go for a very big one. Or maybe not, I don't understand. My cat is crazy. My cat is like dubbing the manticore right now. Back leg and open its wings to fill the room. I don't know. We can play like the... the long game, but if we do 2 damage per hit, I think we'll get there, but this is kind of like, an attrition battle. It should be alright, I think, like if it keeps doing that. I'll take the victory anyway, I think. Because it looks like it's like the final boss of the game. Since you had like you had like opportunities to weaken him beforehand and like a lot of HP also. The only noise in the chamber is the hammering of your heart and the quiet breathing of the Svin girl. Then the Minimite breaks into a loud cheer, whooping and punching the air. You bow to him. Thank you, the Svin girls murmur. Then, tugging at your arm, this way, she leads you towards the light, through a gap in the rocks, to the pool of sunlight in the first cavern. You wave the torch, hoping to attract attention. Tell the girl to call up. The Svin child nods mutely, then bawls at the top of her lungs. Proceus, I'm here! Then something drops down, a rope with a basket on the end. Get in together, the chief calls from above. We'll pull you both up. I mean, okay. Ready? The Sphinx above begin to haul. The rope stretches and crows taut, but the basket doesn't move. The rope starts to make a squealing noise, and the basket lifts a finger width of the floor. I don't know. I'll let them pull harder first. The Sphinx try. You can hear them struggling and straining. Eventually, the girl gives a sigh. This is stupid, she declares. We'll never get it out of the way. And with that, she scrambles out of the basket. The change is weight is enough, and the basket begins to shoot rapidly upwards out of the hole. When you reach the top, their expression changes from happiness to fury. You are pulled from the basket and tossed bodily aside as they drop the rope back down. Are you there? Proceus calls. It's your turn now. I'll wait. You sit, nursing your injury, and wait as the Sphinx hold up the rope. When the girl emerges, her face is lit with a brilliant smile that every inch reflects the sunlight, and she has not been seen for so long. Her father scoops her up and carries her on his neck as she jabbers and tells them of your bravery in defeating the Manticore. The Sphinx, hearing how close the beast came to hurting their daughter, realize how much they owe you. Grudgingly, they welcome you back to the village if you wish to go. I'll go to the village. Little generosity cannot hurt you. I will come. As you enter the village, it erupts in celebration. You're given a place to stay and recuperate from your long journey. A visit to the healing priest treats your wounds, and when you emerge, it is to find the village before so somber and silent, now in full life. Flowers are tied to every rooftop, and bands of Svins are playing music on long, strangely shaped lyres. Lyres. You are whisked away into the dance by Proceus' daughter before the chief can welcome you to the feast. The night is glorious. So much money. That night you sleep heavily and rise the next morning to continue your journey. The chief meets you before you go. My good friend, he declares, you have saved us. He presses 2 gifts into your hands, a pouch of 10 gold pieces, a fortune for a place like this, and a key. This open the south city gate of Kare, he tells you. I hope this is use. Your performance you perform one last transaction before you go, exchanging your emeralds for 24 further gold pieces with the chief. Gold will be safer in Carré. Then it is time to leave. You take your leave. The path winds away from Torrepani, and soon you are on a downward slope away from the Shumatanti hills, through steeped rice fields. As you walk, you feel for the first time the loneliness of the path ahead. Though Carré is not a busy city, it is cruel, and beyond Carré there is nothing but the vicious wasteland. You will have no one to trust in the days ahead. I mean, we have like Jan, right? For a brief moment, up on the hills above the path, you fancy a figure stealing its way along by some high and secret route. A figure all in black. But when you shade your eyes against the sun, whatever was there has disappeared. In the distance rises the wall of a great city, the first true stonework you have seen since you left home. No one to trust. We are alone. From your shoulder, you feel Jan hop away into the air. I didn't mind the manticore, he hisses, but this place I'm afraid of. Take care, you'll need it. Then he buzzes away into the sky and is gone. You wonder if you will see him again. So we don't have Jan, so maybe we have like literally no one to trust. And this is the end, I guess. Your journey through the Shamutanti hills is completed. Along the way, you have gained the friendship of Flanker the Assassin and have been given 2 useful keys to the cells of the Red Eyes and to the gates of Carré. You have collected a large number of magical artifacts, a large lump of beeswax, a close skull cap, 3 pebbles, Blimberry potion, 1 giant tooth, 4 goblin teeth, and a bamboo pipe. You're armed with Ragnarista's armband of sword mastery and your original sword, and have 7 rations and 45 gold pieces and a spell book. The adventure continues in Sorcery 2, or whatever, save to the cloud. Is it that the thing I need to write that somewhere, like to save it, maybe? Because you're supposed to, hey Jan, this is, I love Jan. Jan is my boy, my son. I will protect Jan until the end of my life. I'll put that somewhere so we remember this particular save sorcery save. Something like Gippo-Q. Sorcery True Electric Bangaloo. It was a bit longer than I expected, but also because we are like reading everything. I don't know if it was like a fun stream. It was certainly like, it was a pure second monitor stream with like literally no interaction with the chat. It's just me like reading. I don't know. We'll see if we do like the following games, because like this is like the shortest one. And I don't know, do we want to keep doing that? I think it was interesting at least once, but and they're gonna cross the battlelands. I've been said to get it back. Yes. Okay. From the outpost settlement in Netherlands, you crossed the Shamutanti hills along the way. You spared the life of a defeated assassin, traveled with a Minimite who almost cost you your life, and fought and killed the dreaded Manticore. You faced cruel twists and fate and disease. It's true, we had the dumpers thing. A test of character. Is this just the epilogue? This is not the start of the second game, I hope. To survive, you use your blade often. You deceived, charmed, and tricked your way through. Your spirit guide changed as you changed, becoming the dolphin. Oh, so we are a dolphin. This is our personality, I guess. The city port of traps. It was great. We had the great interactions on Dupus. I mean, yes. So it is more of like a city adventure, which is, we had a discussion about like about the city. This is probably, we shouldn't like read too much because this is kind of like for next time, but so there will be a more city-based like exploration, I guess. I know that people say that it's the best episode of the Sorcery series, but we'll see at some point. Okay, let's talk about next week before we go, because it has been like a 4-hour stream already. Well, I have no idea what we're streaming next week, to be honest. Like I don't know. I'm lost. Normally, like on Friday, we should have like a Live of the Books series, but maybe we won't, because we talked about like the new formula that we might want to explore. So maybe we'll have like another, you know, sort of like research stream, like we had on Wednesday. That might be the Wednesday stream. I don't want to do Sorcery 2 next week. Like if we do that will be later, maybe, you know, in 2 weeks, something like that. I was thinking about like things that we could do. I'm still thinking about Dragon Quest, and I'm like, maybe I should like I should do it. And we can try to play some Dragon Quest 3 at some point, maybe on Monday, I don't know. We can say like Dragon Quest on Monday, research on Wednesday. On Friday we need like something else. I don't really know. It would be nice to find like a short game we can clear in one session, because Dragon Quest will be very long, so that will be the running theme for quite a while. I don't know. I'll find something for Friday. I'll find something in my Steam library or something like that, and we'll be able to discuss about it, and you'll see the planning. Also, while I'm thinking about it, so next week the Leaf of Their Books will be on, well, whatever we call that, will be on Japanese fantasy in Japan, and especially like fantasy written by women. As I was hinting the last few streams, and after that, like I want to do another. If we do blueprints, we do one session, but we won't finish it. It will be like one session of blueprints, just like to have an opinion, but we'll never finish the game on stream. If you're fine with that, I'm fine with that. Just doing one session of blueprints. But yeah, what I wanted to say is that not the next episode, but the one again after will be like on fishing. I want to go back to fishing in Japan, and I've shown you like on Wednesday negative positive angler, and I think we should try to make like a sort of like not watch along, but like anime club, and we discuss about that like later, in 1 month or something like that. I don't think I will personally ever play Blueprints solo, but have you seen like clips of NL playing Blueprints, or have you seen like the VODs of Blueprints? Again, I don't mind playing Blueprints 1. It's just like it will be so time consuming that it's not worth it. And but like maybe for one stream it can be interesting just to have an opinion, and so we can like say that we have played a game and we can pass a judgment on this particular game. It could be interesting to see us hate a game. I mean, okay, we can do that. I don't mind doing it. So we can play Blueprints on Friday, and so that would be the planning, like Dragon Quest, research, and Blueprints, something like that. And that's pretty good. Okay, well, it has been too long. It's already 8 past 8. So I should probably go. I should probably rest, because like I can feel that, first of all, like I have yapped too much. This is madness. And also like my headache is coming back. So I'll try to rest. Anyway, thank you for today. Thank you for being here. I hope that it was like fun a little bit. And I'll see you next week for some interesting things. It will be, you know, yap heavy next week, I believe. So thank you for coming, and bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yes, my cat is also saying bye.